Spotify no. Hasan. 14 months, boys. Hi chat. Brain rot time. Months of brain rot. Love this community. Thanks Hasan for all you do.
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар. Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптями сорбати довбані щі, та трохи в ущах перегрівся навар. Байрактар. Сходу припхались до нас барани, для вас становлення великої страни, найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар. Байрактар. Їх доводи, всяке озброєння, різне, ракети, потужні машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар. Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, і ми зачаїли на орків образу з бандитів російських.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Now, originally, I said I wasn't going to play this Bayraktar song originally as my introduction because I feel some type of way about, you know, celebrating a murder machine, obviously, but my cousin in Turkey DM'd this to me and he was like, bro, you have to look at this. This is crazy. I mean, this is just crazy. The amount of pride Turks feel in their fucking UAV program, their drone is pretty fucking hilarious. But you know, what are you gonna do? I am being a little bit hypocritical, being honest. It is weird to celebrate a weapon for sure. It is weird, but I can't see a picture. Twitch is banned in Russia. Goodbye, everyone. Bro, you're Russian. Like 80% of the Russian country is on the internet. It's like an incredibly high fucking percentage. Almost all of you motherfuckers know how to use VPNs. What do you mean? Like Turkish people, Russian people, people on that side of the fucking planet, they know how to get around that sort of stuff. It's like a everyday experience. This tweet has been up for hours. Nader really going mask off. Anyway, folks, listen. I hope everyone's having a great day because, listen, folks, it's Tuesday. It's fucking Tuesday. It's Tuesday, innit? It's Tuesday! It's Tuesday!
Finale, my baby.
It's fucking Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, bruv. It's Tuesday. It's fucking Tuesday, innit, bruv? That's right. It's a beautiful day today. It's Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. Yeah. It's fucking Tuesday. So, what the fuck was your tweet about that British food? Cringe? Yeah. Aiden, it's fucking Tuesday, bruv. You better believe it. You better fucking believe it. You better believe it, bruv. It's fucking Tuesday. Of course, I started off my Tuesday with a footy scran. That's right. Hold on. Let me show you what Aiden is like fucking bent about. You don't get to celebrate Tuesday? Oh, I do. It's an international holiday. Dude, look at this. Look at this, dude. Feast your eyes on what the British consider to be scran, i.e. food, i.e. for consumption, i.e.
French viewer here. Love the
food that's edible. Food that's possibly fucking edible, bruv. Absolutely mental. Absolutely fucking insane, bruv. Cheese and onion baguette at CB Hounslow. All right. That's what these fucking Brits are eating. That's what they're fucking eating, bruv. Cheese and onion baguette and CB Hounslow. No, mate, fuck off. That's out of order, bruv. It's no scran. This no scran. Kuno wouldn't eat this. Kuno doesn't find this to be scran. Anyway, yeah, it's voice time, poggers. Anyway, Footy Scran is for shit football stadium food. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. Me and Footy Scran, we go way back. Okay, we follow each other. We're boys. It's not even melted. And Footy Scran said, for those mentioning not having melted cheese, it's not meant to be melted. And I voted in this as well. I said no scran. 12,000 votes. 21,000 said scran. They looked at this and they said to themselves, this is fucking scran, bruv. I'll eat this. I tell you. I'll say, please, sir, can I have some more? This is fucking scran. It's not scran, Kuno.
Hassle.
Judging by the comments, I will be in the minority here, but raw onion and cheese is awesome. Some mayo would help, but for £2, I'd be happy with that. War ended in 1945, mate.
11-month brain rot checking in.
Anyway, Discord is down right now. That's why a lot of the weirdos that normally hide in the Discordian circles that, you know, say that crazy shit that they want to say about the stream in their Discord server, i.e. Hoscord, are going to be in here saying that weird shit right now. So I'm just letting you know. And then also all the other Splinter Discords that exclusively revolve around, the hating on me and shit, they're going to have to, like, literally get their takes out in here in the chat. So I'm just letting you guys know. British food is completely pragmatic in the sense that flavor is the lowest priority, but they also eat like the least energy efficient foods. Lmao. A lot more services are down. I wonder if it's Russia's bidding. Oh no. Russia's coming for us. Russia's coming for Kuno. They're coming for Kuno. Spotify's down. Discord's down. Wikipedia seems down. Not Destiny. It's not good. Stocks are down. Anyway, Microsoft Teams. Oh no, Microsoft Teams is down. Cyber war started. Poland to give MiGs to US to get them to Ukraine. No, Poland was gonna give their gunships and their airplanes to Ukraine, but obviously they didn't want to because they were like, well, then we're not gonna have airplanes and gunships. And remember, like, we're a part of NATO because we fucking hate Russia. So obviously, that's the reason why they were like, yeah, Ukraine, like, it's cool, solidarity, like, we'll take your refugees, but we're not gonna fucking give you... We're not gonna give you fucking planes without, like, getting on the back end, getting help. Drone warfare just got deadlier. Oh my god, speaking of Bayraktar, is that what we're gonna start off with? We can do that too. Anyway... Personal news time. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news before, like, getting full-blown into it, but...
Hey man, have you heard about the floods in Australia? At HasanAbi.
So, before I get into the news, personal news-wise, what's going on in my life? Nothing really. I have a big zit up here that I popped last night. That was pretty cool. And That's pretty much it. HasanAbi cube. What the fuck is this?
Hi chat. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Peace and love to you all. And if you're dealing with loneliness or depression, know that you are not alone.
Some practice with the HasanAbi cube. Wait, what? Yo, this is fucking sick. Oh my god. Wait, someone send this to me. How do I download this? Okay, hold on. Twitter downloader. Anyway, I've been watching, obviously, I've been watching The Expanse. I'm on season 5. And since then, I've also, I mean, that's pretty much it. I've just been, this is fucking sick. I've been watching The Expanse. It's not dog shit. Fuck you. It's actually awesome. And other than that, I worked out this morning. I hit a new PR for 5. I did 5 for 5, slowly but surely increasing my weight on the squats, on back squats, and I hit 295 for 5. So that's cool. I mean, it's not crazy. It's not great. It's not, you know, incredible. It's nowhere near where I used to be, but I hit a new PR since I started working out again. So that's exciting stuff. I'm excited about that. And my legs are fucking crazy at the moment. But anyway, let's get started. Daycare is open. Day 13 of Ukraine, Russia, Brandon halts Russian gas and oil. Gas prices about to pop off. Lots of servers are down.
lmao.
America finally bans lynching after 200 tries. Happy International Women's Day. Get in now. Yeah, by the way, just want to say Happy International Women's Day to everybody. But just the ladies, okay? The 28%. Just to the ladies.
As long as the hub is
Thank
still
you.
open, it's all good.
Thank you for being you. Okay? Here, I just stole Austin Ox's fucking GameCube meme. I'll retweet Austin Ox as well. God damn, it's fucking sick.
Hi.
Here it is, boys. 28% of this broadcast is for the ladies. 100% of this broadcast is for the ladies, but 28% of the broadcast is ladies. You work out outdoors? Yes, that's why you see freckles on my face every morning now. I've been dieting really fucking well so far. I'm really excited about that. You know, my diet's going good. My mom's coming. My mom is coming. It's gonna be here on Friday, so that's exciting stuff. And that's it. Those are all the personal news you need to see. Here's Austin Ox's fucking incredible creation, by the way, that I just yoinked from him. Look at this. Brilliant. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. I already told my mom Happy International Women's Day. I also put out, not a thirst trap really, but I put out a photo with dogs for International Women's Day for all the ladies. I mean, I guess the gays can get some too, but here it is. Go fucking, you know, retweet this. Obviously, Happy International Women's Day to the chat as well. Chat's moms. Mowad said, hey, chat. What the fuck? Why does Maurice know chat memes, dude? I wonder if he's in here right now. That's so weird. When my real life friends are getting involved.
3 months, baby.
Yeah, I work out in the Clean Boys gear all the time. You made the cat attack my phone. It also fills me with pure joy every time Haas mom visits. There you go. This one is a gift for all of you, okay? This one's a gift for the ladies. This little
Can
dog
we please
action.
have some okay, buddy. Also, how do I turn off auto renew?
Happy 1 year anniversary to this tweet. Oh yeah, dude, I love this one. Burger King UK said women belong in the kitchen. If they want to, of course. Yet only 20% of chefs are women. We're on a mission to change the gender ratio in the restaurant industry by empowering female employees with the opportunity to pursue a culinary career. Hashtag IWD.
"24 months is too much."
I think it's one of the best tweets Burger King has ever put out. Okay, Burger King, listen, it's time to destroy the monarchy. 106,000 quote tweets. That was a year ago and not a decade ago. Dude, what is time, really? What is fucking time, really? What does it matter? Is time real? I don't think so. Anyway, second vid. Oh, shit. Themasius with a fat playlist. Thank you, Themasius. All right, let's get into it. You probably already saw, but that psycho tweet about Ukraine, Bangladesh, and vaccines. Yes. Boom! Lithuania has canceled a planned shipment of 440,000 COVID-19 vaccines to Bangladesh after that country refused to join other nations at the UN condemning hashtag Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. Actions meet consequences. Hashtag stand with Ukraine. Dude, I just gotta point something out. Oh shit. I just clicked on hashtag Russia. Very dangerous stuff. Let me just say something, okay? Let's get serious for a second. What the fuck is wrong with liberals, dude? What the absolute fuck is wrong with liberals? Bro, two things I tweeted last night. Liberals have gone crazy over yesterday, rather. Okay?
Hey guys,
One was
hey
this,
guys.
which is from that, like, that like, obviously pro-Russia account. Breaking, Russia finds NATO equipment. I mean, I talked about this on the stream already, and I made fun of this already. The NATO, breaking, Russia finds NATO equipment at the headquarters of the Ukrainian Nazi group, the Right Sector, right? I said, wait till you hear about where they got the javelins from.
Chat, how do I get
and people were fucking mad. Like, they were like, dude, you're doing fucking, you're doing like pro-Russia propaganda again. I'm like, dog. Like, even if it's not, I don't think this is real, okay? But even if it is, like, it's fucking hilarious to think that, like, this is a big find.
At HasanAbi,
you know what I mean?
Now I'm fucking done with Russian. Please, someone get
like,
me
people
out
are
of here.
fucking mad. I said, these people must think Bayraktars grow on trees. And then I even have to, like, clarify once again. To be clear, I don't believe this is real, but it's funny even if you think it's real, since every NATO country has given weapons to Ukraine at this point, and they're bent about laptops. And people were just like upset about it. This one is my favorite. It's not real. It's already been disproven. At FBI, at Twitter safety, at Twitter support. Like, this person was like, this has to be deleted. Like, this at FBI, please. Like, this guy is making fun of Russia, but I thought he was being pro-Russian. So at FBI, get him. It's like, dude, they're fucking losing their shit. And the other one was so many fucking, a lot of blue checkmark, like, random weirdos who work at think tanks. Loved this one too. When I said, where is it? Yesterday, I was talking about this already, about our obligations to the Ukrainian people. I say, shocked to find out that the UK and USA, arguably two nations that have banged the war drums in Ukraine in the lead up to the unjustifiable Russian invasion, took significantly less Ukrainians in than the bad appeasing countries like Germany. Standing with the Ukrainians, though, am I right? I hope they change their attitude soon. UK has only accepted 50 out of the 5,000 applications so far. Even France seems to be upset by their lack of involvement. The US has taken in 0 since the conflict began, and only 236 between January 1st and 30th. We have a cap of 10K European refugees. So thank you for going through your tweets with us. I mean, the reaction to this fucking shit is still prescient and relevant because, of course, I talk about I talk regularly about liberal attitudes towards war, right? And it's so funny, like people get super duper pissy when you mock America and act like America bad isn't relevant. It's weird, dude. Here's the fucking annoying thing, okay? If you think that the United States of America is not involved in every world affair, I don't know what to tell you. You're a fucking idiot, okay? That's not true, though. You saw on stream that the US is taking over 2K. No, they haven't. That's not real. What are you talking about? The United States offered temporary protected status to the Ukrainians that are already in the United States. That number is more than 2,000. I think it's like 13,000 or something, or maybe even more, maybe like 34,000, okay? But the United States has currently not engaged in any sort of TPS efforts towards Ukrainians that are coming into the United States at the moment. And the hilarious thing is people were like trying to get a fucking dunk on this and being like, has this guy looked at a map, dude? Has this guy seen how far the United States is from Ukraine, dude? And it's like, hey, man, I don't know if you know this, but like planes exist. I don't know if you know this, but you know, we have a $10 billion obligation that Biden is trying to fucking put through Congress at the moment. And the majority of that obligation is military support to Ukraine. No surprise there. Okay. But, some of that could go to relocation efforts for Ukrainian refugees. So there's that too. But obviously, libtards fucking literally turn into reactionary conservatives the moment that you talk about, the obligations that we have to the actual people that we claim to care about. Like so many people just turned into like fucking, oh, they're far away, brother. They're too far. They can't come to America.
How are we doing on this Tuesday morning?
They don't want to come to America. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure they would love to come to America, honestly. And the reason why I'm mentioning that last I saw the U.S. TPS extension doesn't even cover Ukrainians coming in anymore. The cutoff was March 1st. Biden's being pushed to extend it now. Exactly.
Above 18.
Exactly. And the fucking hilarity of this, the hilarity is like other libs get to be able to say shit like this, but I can't say this because I'm a leftist. So clearly I'm just saying America bad. And I see like the same kind of fervor here among the liberals now that are excited that like this is a war where it feels like we're not completely involved or we're just like doing good things, right? But then when I'm like, okay, here's some more good things that you should do, they're like, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! I stand with Ukraine, and I'm gonna fucking tweet about Ukraine all day, every day, but I'm not gonna fucking, if you tell me that we need to take in refugees from Ukraine and Biden's not doing enough, then fuck you! Fucking kick a Ukrainian babushka in the face if she's trying to get over my fucking borders, okay? God damn it, we gotta defend our territorial integrity. I was so confused reading the replies to your tweets because I would think some motherfucker was a conservative, then click on their profile to see progressive in their fucking bio. Yeah, progressivism is when you say, hey, planes don't exist to fucking bring in Ukrainian refugees to the United States of America. Like, that's when you're fucking progressive. Yeah, every fucking liberal with a Ukrainian flag in their goddamn username that fucking talks about like, let's celebrate Ukraine. I'm dancing for Ukraine tonight, okay? I'm gonna Vogue for Ukraine at the fucking Abbey, bitch. Every motherfucker like that is like, okay, well, what do you want Brandon to do? I mean, I'm telling you, first of all, uncap the 10K Europe refugee cap that we currently have, that we've historically had, okay? And allow more Ukrainian refugees to come into the United States of America. Offer humanitarian flights from Poland, who has taken, obviously, the majority of refugees at this moment, considering, its proximity. Do flights out of Poland to the United States of America. You can very easily do that. And it's so fucking funny. It's like, no. You stay there. You fire those javelins, baby. You fucking stay there. You fire those javelins. Do you understand? A shipment of NLAW grenade launchers and instructors from NATO countries arrived in Kharkiv. The Azov regiment was the first to learn about the new weaponry. Yeah, of course. Of course, yes. This is not the first time NATO has worked with fucking violent reactionary paramilitaries comprised of neo-Nazis, okay? I mean, I'm fucking Turkish, guys. I'm Turkish, okay? Think about that. Turkey is a NATO nation. NATO has collaborated with ultranationalists in Turkey in perpetuity. What the fuck are you talking about? You think I don't know this shit?
Time is real, gravity is not.
I'm confused on your refugee take. America takes in 1.5 million migrants along with the 200K Afghans last year. Why do we need to constantly take everyone in when Europe can take these migrants? Seems like you think you can dump whoever into this nation and all will be fine. That's right. Seems like you think you can just dump some Ukrainians into this nation. Listen. Yeah, all will be fine if we take every Ukrainian refugee, except as many Ukrainian refugees as we can, considering, you know, that they're human beings and they're escaping war. What's the most Slav state they can move to? I mean, all the Poles live in fucking Illinois, so I guess, you know, Chicago. Haven't forgot the genocide? What? Now, they might uncap it, and I hope they do. And I hope they do it soon, okay? So
10-month brain rot inbound.
let's see what Ilhan Omar says. She usually has pretty good foreign policy takes. The consequences of flooding Ukraine with $1 billion in American weapons, likely not limited to just military-specific equipment, but also including small arms ammo, are unpredictable and likely disastrous, specifically when they are given to paramilitary groups without accountability. I support giving Ukraine the resources it needs to defend its people. I have legitimate concerns about the size and scope. By the way, criticizing and questioning is my job as a leader and a member of Congress. Is the hardest part of the job. Trust me, it's easy to just follow. Easy to criticize and question, hard to lead. What policies are you recommending? Are you saying we should not provide weapons and financial support for Ukraine? It's like, dude, the reason why I show you this and the reactions that people are giving from liberals and also the Ukrainian refugees that we're taking in so far, or the lack thereof in comparison proportionally to other countries that have taken significantly more while having significantly less wealth.
Radicalized hassle.
Okay? Is because that's the duality of American exceptionalism, okay? No, it's cool. We'll flood your fucking country full of guns, okay? And, you know, we know that it's a war of attrition, and the likely outcome is Afghanistan, except you're Afghanistan in the situation, and we recognize that, but we don't give a fuck, okay? But we won't take your people in. Just stay there and fight. Just stay there and fucking fight. And if anyone even asks a question about like, hey, what are the future consequences of this given how American foreign policy has worked out in Afghanistan for Afghanistan, then they turn around and scream at you and fucking say that you're a Putin supporter, you're a fucking, you know, you're pro-genocide. I don't fucking know. I mean, it's just psychotic, dude. It's insane, okay? This discourse is so fucking rotten. It's so fucking rotten. And a lot of liberals, I think, first of all, anyone who says assuming they want to come to America is a fucking idiot, okay? Of course they want to come to America. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. You're talking to an immigrant who criticizes America regularly, but understands that the 90% of the world would still, yes, absolutely love, except for the exception of like Europe maybe, would love to come to the United States of America as the wealthiest nation on the planet. Shut the fuck up.
Holy moly,
It's like people
19
saying
months.
like, well, they don't want to go to the UK. Dog, are you kidding me? They don't want to go to they don't want to go to UK. So why did 5,000 people apply and only 50 got in so far? Shut the fuck up. Anyway.
Thank you for
So-
everything you do, Hassel.
I'm getting some post 9/11 vibes from Europe. Dude, post 9/11 vibes all around, brother. American liberals are fucking horny. American conservatives are horny too, but they're always horny, right? But American libs are fucking horny to use this as like a washing operation. They literally are using Ukrainian blood that Russians are responsible for, certainly, okay? No one is saying that that's not the case. But they're using the blood of Ukrainians to wash their hands of their hegemonic power status and the ongoing fucking conflicts that they are contributing to. With one exception. And that's the Mac attack. Okay? Old man Brandon. This man, I want to kiss him, dude.
Goddamn.
I want to
22
kiss him
months,
so
holy
hard.
shit.
I want to give him a good puckered lip kiss. Why? Motherfucker pulled out of Afghanistan. First, look at Dua Lipa and Henry Cavill in the upcoming spy thriller Argyle. He's copying you for real? What do you mean he's copying me for real? Dude, Henry Cavill, you stay the fuck away from Dua Lipa. Never mind. Dua Lipa's not 17, so he doesn't give a shit. Okay. I would kiss Brandon on the lips, dude. Listen, a lot of people are like, Brandon, let's do a no-fly zone, Jack. Brandon, do the Mac attack. Let's do a no-fly zone. Brandon's like, no, Jack, look alive.
Roll Tide. I found out
We'll
the
keep
other
giving
day
you
the
guns.
Alabama Gov said she
But that's
hoped the
all
last
about.
thing Putin
That's
saw
just
was
about
made
what
in
we're going to
Alabama
do.
When asked about Alabama-made javelins entering
Okay.
Ukraine.
And I think part of the reason is even the fucking foreign policy blob is like, yeah, we can't pull off a no-fly zone because that would be World War III, nuclear holocaust, all that stuff. So I know that a lot of people are mad at Brandon right now because gas prices are about to go even higher. I know that, okay, we're going to show the NATO is doing Black Sun propaganda, okay? Just fucking wait. I'm going to show you.
Ammo, not rides.
I know. Yes, these are Nazis. Yes, okay? Yes, they're hot, but yes, also this is a Nazi. Yes, that is the black flag. I know. I am familiar with what is going on, okay? Obviously, nothing bad has ever happened historically when we've given weapons to reactionary groups. Here's another female Nazi with another Black Sun patch on her on her vest. But obviously, nothing has ever happened, historically speaking, where the United States has armed deliberately or sometimes on accident. The Black Sun is not necessarily a Nazi symbol. Shut the fuck up. It
This
is
my recent
1
message. I hope you
gorillion
enjoy.
percent a Nazi symbol. You literally have a lolly anime profile. You know more about Nazi symbols than anyone else. Because all of the other people with this kind of psychotic, brain-diseased fucking PFP and
3
header
months
is
took my
usually a
favorite Henry
Nazi.
Cavill from wish.com hassle.
Stop jerking off to what you consider ethical child porn and reconsider your stances on Nazis, okay? You weeb fuck. Ah! Jesus Christ. There's no such thing, okay? Most normal weeb. The Black Sun is not necessarily a Nazi symbol, actually. I'll have you know there were some good Nazis because I watched JoJo. And on part 2, episode 8, the Nazi ends up fighting alongside the main character for a little bit. Yeah, and then what does he do? Fascism doesn't mean Nazi. Dude, who cares? It's still fascist. What the fuck? What is this? But I feel like wanting Ukraine to be neutral when they're kind of constantly threatened by Russia is also kind of easy to say from our Western perspective and feels presumptuous. Dude, what do you mean feels presumptuous? Dog. The West and Russia, okay? But mostly Russia, but still the West as well, is just fucking... It does not give a shit about Ukraine, okay? Javelin missiles that are going to penetrate Russian tanks is not because they care about the sanctity and safety and security of Ukrainians, okay? That's not. That is a strategic reason to give Ukrainians guns so they can fucking push back against the Russian invading forces, not as a humanitarian, not for any humanitarian purposes, but specifically so they can destroy the Russian military as much as they can, knowing full well that it doesn't matter. Ultimately, they're still going to, if Russia wants to occupy Ukraine, it's still going to end up doing that, okay? Yikes, Hasan. Next, you're going to call Heinrich Himmler a Nazi. What is this? Anarcho MB Jack gave you some advice? This is your own tweet, dude.
5.
What the fuck is this, dude? I'm not watching that. Anyway. Remember how I, in the beginning of this broadcast, said there's going to be some real freak takes in here because, like, Discord is down? I'm glad that we started off 47 minutes in with a fucking lolly PFB header with a fucku header come in here and be like, the black sun is not necessarily a Nazi symbol. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Just stay in your fucking hole, you freak.
17 months of ads.
Hold it in. It's not that hard. It's just hold it in. I can't wait for the other posts. Well, I actually was just trying to make an argument about, like, a semantics argument. Like, dude, there's no way to distinguish you from, like, some fucking 4chan dickhead who unironically is a Nazi. Okay? If you're going to do that, if you're going to defend Nazi symbolism and shit like that. Okay? This is the one thing that liberals actually care about more than anything else, right? It's not the actions themselves. It's nothing. It's the aesthetics. And even when the aesthetics are like, no, we're fucking Nazis and it's sick.
Come to Brazil, D.
And like NATO is pumping this out and they're like, hey, happy International Women's Day. Like, what the fuck? Just all I'm asking for is this, okay? Take the fucking patch off. But you don't have to. You don't need to because, you know, you're proud. You're proud of it. You're like, I'm not taking the patch off. Even the American fucking sniper brigades that famously used to have the SS logos have learned to, like, do a little bit more PR, okay?
I am not safe.
What? Speaking of Nazis,
up
this is
the
you reacting
amazing
to
work.
crews defending
You keep
parents
my
in
head
school
stable
doing
in these
Nazi
awful
salutes? I'm not
times.
watching that. How is the U.S. at fault? We do take in so many refugees on average, and if they're Ukrainians, they really deserve refugee status. They would just make sure they avoided the top of the hour. Oh, my God.
Recon.
The top of the hour ad break before walking and swimming thousands of miles. Okay, some of you are too comfortable with this, okay? PSYOP, yes or no? Too many accidental photos of Nazis? Dog, it's not a fucking PSYOP. It's just out and about, okay? It's not a PSYOP. They just don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They do not care. They will not care. They will not care 20 years down the line when we do a fucking, a synopsis or whatever, a look back 10 years down the line.
Jack.
What happened to the Ukrainian territories that were balkanized and split into violent roving gangs of paramilitaries that have different kind of nationalist attitudes under unifying under the Ukrainian nationalist forces? Was America responsible? You know, just wait for the fucking post 10-year take on this, okay? The Black Sun, the Schwarze Sonne, is a Nazi symbol and a type of sun wheel, okay, employed in a post-Nazi Germany context by neo-Nazis and in some strains of Satanism. The symbol's design consists of 12 radical sig runes, similar to the symbols employed by the SS in their logo. It first appeared in Nazi Germany as a design element in a castle at Wevelsburg, remodeled and expanded by the head of the SS, Heinrich Himmler, which he intended to be a center for the SS. They were like huge fucking nerds, okay? No, please go ahead. Tell me that this is not specifically a fucking Nazi symbol. What? You're going to tell me next that the head of the SS, Heinrich Himmler, was a Nazi? Did he ever say he was a Nazi? How many times have you opened this wiki in the past 10 days? I don't know. I mean, not this wiki, but I've shown like ADL. We have this conversation every fucking stream because someone has to quite literally defend Nazis for some weird fucking reason. Well, not a weird reason, but, you know, my job is to explain. I think you are just using whataboutism to compare Nazis to the Azov battalion. Good one, dude. Good bait, brother. You got me. Yeah, whataboutism.
"15 months of rotting my brain."
Anyway, just here to tell you that you forget about the name Lithuania every time we talk about the Baltics, dude. Okay, well, you know. By the way, this was literally in the background of the Azov Battalion's original logo, but then they fucking deleted this part, but they still have the fucking Black Sun patches, and they still rep it nonstop. Like you can see right here. Now, them fucking pulling this shit is one thing, but NATO fucking pumping this out is insane, dude.
Just tuned in.
Are there just no pictures of Ukrainian soldiers without neo-Nazi insignias on their uniforms of war? Yeah, literally, like, can you not find one fucking photo? I just don't understand it. Like, they have to. They're like, no. We looked all around, dude. There's at least one. Every time there's like fucking, every time they show soldiers, it's like, we have to have one. That's not a neo-Nazi insignia. It's embedded in the ground of the Wevelsburg, which uses to be a spiritual headquarters of the SS. That's an original, it's an original Nazi insignia. Oh. It's just like fucking wild, dude. If there was only like 10 Azov battalion soldiers, which is not true, of course. But like, if that was the case, then how the fuck do you keep finding them? Like, you literally keep finding people that aren't even a part of the Azov battalion, and you keep fucking showing photos of them and being like, look at these brave people fighting. Wevelsburg was Himmler's house. Yes, we already showed it. It was fucking...
I'd like to denazify them if you know what I mean.
Funny, the Young Turks was a fascist group too. Yeah, exactly. Which is precisely what the fucking name is. Like when, what do you call it? The fucking dude that literally did that song, The Young Turk, or A Young Turk, as in a progressive radical in American conversations is the same. There's only one reason for it, okay? There's only one thing for the Black Sun, okay? Rod Stewart is not a fucking Nazi or a nationalist. You have to stop linking your clips in the channel and chat. That's not how the industrial clips complex works. You are going to get banned. That is true. I will ban you. Why am I not seeing covering Wagner, Sparta battalions in Russia? You're just too one-sided with pushing a certain agenda. Do you want to know why? First of all, that's a lie. I have talked about the Wagner battalion multiple times. Okay, a private military contractor group that the Russian government absolutely uses, and they are led by a straight-up fucking skinhead Nazi with, like, you know, swastika tattoos and shit too. But do you want to know why? Because I'm not giving them guns. My tax dollars are not paying for their weapons. Okay? And NATO is not posting the Wagner guy and going, dude, look at this brilliant, beautiful person like defending Russian interests or whatever the fuck. The only thing you should be fucking defending against is the top of the hour ad break, which I forgot to run earlier. But at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, and if you no longer want to see that, all you need to do, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free. Okay? With a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. There are swastikas everywhere in Taiwan. Maybe China should denazify Taiwan. Oh, dude, don't get started on that shit.
The swastika is not necessarily a Jewish peace symbol at HasanAbi.
Please stop. Wagner has nothing to do with the government or ideology, BTS. It's a fucking private group, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Russia still uses it. And also, Russia is hyper-nationalist. And also, on top of that, Russia as a country absolutely is... I mean, they're using the Kadyrov battalion. What do you think? Those guys are fucking not, like, mega reactionary? Are you kidding me, dude? What you think the Chechen Kadyrov battalion is famous for being woke? Get the fuck out of here. Of course. There's no way these mercenaries know that's a Nazi symbol. Fucking 90% of chat doesn't know. Dude, you are such an idiot, dude. Shut the fuck up. Those are not mercenaries. That is literally a fucking Ukrainian fighter. And yes, they absolutely know. You're fucking insane, dude. No, that person is 100% a fucking neo-Nazi. And NATO does not give a shit about posting this, probably because they didn't see it.
Brain rot.
God damn. This is 1,000,000% what I was fucking worried about. It's starting already. Putin's Nazi claims are absolutely ridiculous. Meanwhile, look at our beautiful Nazi lady socials. I mean, dude, that's what I mean. Like, Putin's denazification claims are fucking ridiculous. Okay. Putin's denazification claims are ridiculous, and the way to go about denazifying a country is not by invading it and bombing it. The only thing you're going to do in that situation is Nazify a country, which is currently happening. We're in the process of watching that Nazification occur. Okay. But it's it's wild to, it's wild to not think about the steps, the next steps here. It's wild that even when you ask this question, like, holy shit, I've seen this happen time and time again. I've seen this happen all around South America. I've seen this happen in the Middle East. And I'm watching this happen right now in Ukraine. And I functionally, theoretically, should have a way to stop this, right? Because we're American citizens. We supposedly live in a democracy, right? That's the difference. We're not living in a fucking style, authoritarian state, right? Like, we should be able to put an end to this. We should be able to, do something about this. And what I mean by that is, what I mean by that, originally, is that, oh yeah, I mean, the U.S. did not defeat fascism in World War II. It discreetly internationalized it 1,000,000%. I mean, we put fascists in positions of power all around the world. What I mean by that is immediate ceasefire, immediate peace negotiations with concessions made to Russia, of course, because they are the bully, and sometimes you have to fucking cave into the bullies. Especially because, like, when people say, oh, well, what about the sovereignty of Ukrainians? What about the sovereignty of Ukrainians? Like, the sovereignty of Ukrainians are, unfortunately, and I say this in the most real way, is insignificant. The sovereignty of the Ukrainians or the defenses of the Ukrainians would have been absolutely obliterated if it wasn't for Western involvement in this circumstance. If it wasn't for the NLAW grenade launchers, if it wasn't for the Javelin missiles, there would be no fucking sovereignty of Ukrainians regardless. That's the unfortunate reality. And if it was for the sovereignty of Ukrainians and what their actual genuine interests are, which I do understand, okay? Obviously, you don't want to be fucking obliterated by Russia.
16 months
okay?
I have real brain rot.
You don't want to be obliterated by Russia. It's a very reasonable, very understandable fucking demand, request. Then, I mean, the Ukrainians want a fucking no-fly zone. Why are we not giving it to them? The Ukrainians want it to be a part of NATO. Why are we not giving it to them? Why were we never going to give it to them? Okay? It doesn't matter. Like, the sovereignty of Ukrainians is insignificant in this situation, and I try to explain it to you over and over again when we're talking about fucking two major superpowers having a conversation with one another. Okay? And putting an end to this. The only thing I care about in the situation is stopping this war immediately and hopefully not having as many Ukrainians fucking die and I don't know what the fallout from this is going to look like regardless. I don't know if there's any way to salvage this situation at all. At this point, Russia needs to lose Crimea and all the rest of Ukrainian land, crawl back to their caves and ask politely forgiveness like Germany did after World War II. Yeah, I mean, but do you think that's going to happen, realistically speaking? Do you find that to be a reasonable outcome of this situation? You think the Ukrainian forces, the territorial defense, with all of the fucking other like international people coming in to fight alongside the Ukrainians, you think they're going to be able to purge back the Russian forces? But they haven't been able to take back a single city so far, okay? But they're inevitably going to crush the Russian forces in this like war of attrition and push them back all the way, take over Crimea too, actually. A war over territorial integrity should be ended by sacrificing it so Russia just wins. There is no, the W in this situation is Ukrainian lives, okay? That's the W. The most amount of, if you maximize the amount of fucking Ukrainians that survive the situation so Ukraine can go back to like some kind of normalized relationship and doesn't turn into fucking Afghanistan, because Americans are such selfish fucking babies, dude. They're such selfish fucking babies. It does take massive nuts to be able to say this, by the way, as Ilhan Omar has. I respect her so much. But aren't Ukrainians not willing to do that? Dude, what Ukrainians are willing to do and not willing to do is insignificant in this conversation. I'm talking about this from the perspective of America, the United States of America. I'm talking about this from the perspective of even r/neoliberal agrees with your take, surprisingly. Wait, really? I want to bring in as many Ukrainians as possible to this country, okay? Open up the fucking borders, baby. Open the floodgates. We have enough wealth. We have enough. Such a psychotic thing to say, lol. No, dude, you're a child. That's the problem. Everybody thinks about this from a childish perspective, like good and evil. Sometimes you have to do something that you normally would never want to do. You are not considering the civilians that are fucking dying on the receiving end of Russian shelling, okay?
What do I name my kitten Hasan?
They aren't going to give up the fight just because USA tells them to. I know. The fallout is going to probably last forever. I am fearful. I'm fearful and worried and scared that even if Zelenskyy concedes to Russia's certain demands, okay, some kind of Minsk agreement is reinstituted, okay, demilitarization, of course, is not going to happen. Obviously, that's ridiculous. But when that fucking happens, I'm terrified that they're just going to fucking assassinate Zelenskyy and like institute some fucking mega reactionary right-wing psychopath. Okay? Russia just foolishly walked into the same shit as the US in Iraq. See you in 20 years. Bring them in because they're white? Yes, of course. Of course. You know me, famously pro only white immigration. What's different from this in appeasement? Why would Putin stop when he's winning concessions? Okay. And I have to repeat this one more time. I'm sorry. Some of you probably get really annoyed hearing this over and over again. The counter to appeasement is war. Okay? We are already doing appeasement. We're already currently doing something worse than appeasement, as a matter of fact. People refuse to comprehend this, okay? We're not, are we fucking fighting in Ukraine right now? Do you see American jets flying over Ukraine, destroying Russian positions? No. Do you feel like that is a situation that's going to change? The United States has said time and time again that they're not going to send in military no matter what. NATO nations are not going to send in military no matter what. I remember you saying your favorite number is 1488. Was not surprising after the N-word clips. What? 9-month subscriber? What? Are you on crack, dude? Are you fucking high right now? What the fuck? Are you just like, did you just come in here and just make shit up? What the fuck is a joke? The clip chimp joke was a bad joke. Jesus Christ, dude. You think Putin is taking the hit in Ukraine to raise prices in America in hopes of Trump's second term he can take troop loss in exchange for better trained military overall? Wait, what? No. No, dude. No. Sending weapons plus sanctions is not appeasement. Dude, what are you saying? Is that we're not fighting, okay? We're literally not fighting. We're not fighting in Ukraine. Our troops are not inside of Ukraine. We're offering NATO help, limited NATO help, weapons, okay? We're flowing in weapons to that country specifically so that country turns into Afghanistan, okay? Without ever considering what Afghanistan means for Ukrainians. Okay? And it's wild to fucking consider, even when you bring that up. Even when you fucking bring that up, people are just like, wow, that's crazy. Like, how fucking dare you? How dare you say that? You must be a pro-Russia.
Hassle.
People can only comprehend the current planet and only understand contemporary politics from the framework of World War II politics. A few factors to consider in this situation is the alternative to appeasement is war. Okay? The alternative to appeasement is war. Now, in World War II, that already happened. But why was it able to why could that have happened in World War II, but it can't happen again? Now, that was horrible, right? That was horrible. That was awful. So many people fucking died. You are very pro-Russia, a disappointment. I am literally not pro-Russia. Shut the fuck up. Okay? The reason why we can't have World War II or World War III, okay, is because in the end of World War II, nukes were launched. And after that, nuclear armament began. So now there is no World War III.
Blankies.
There will never be a World War III because when two nuclear nations war with one another, there is nothing stopping the other from just launching the fucking nukes, which is precisely why in the aftermath of World War II, you saw a Cold War. Okay? Not a hot war, but a Cold War. because we have mutually assured destruction. This is part of the reason why people say that this is part of the reason why people say like nukes actually brought about world peace.
Hassle.
Okay? Why would a person launch nukes if they know they're going to get nuked in return? Because they don't give a shit. They're it's scorched earth. They're dying anyway. That's what do you mean? Why would they do that? Proxy wars are still fighting appeasement. This is a really bad kick the can down the road solution you have.
Thank you for keeping me sane.
What a stupid rebuttal. It's not appeasement. It's a proxy war. I had hardly consider South Korea appeasement. Okay, incredible example here, but I don't consider the fucking Korean War to be a dub for, you know, the Koreans that are now locked in a fucking theocratic monarchy. Again, 20% of the fucking Korean population just melted. Not a single standing fucking building in North Korea. That's insane. You look at that and you think like, oh, this is a proxy war. It's good. Vietnam.
Can you explain
Another
the
proxy war
significance of the Minsk
technically.
agreement
Oh,
in
it's
this
great.
case? Also,
Afghanistan. Afghanistan 1 was a proxy war. Afghanistan 2, when we got into Afghanistan, was the consequence of our early proxy war. 9/11 is literally a direct consequence of our early proxy war with Russia, with the USSR. Do you consider any of those to be good? Do you consider that to be the appropriate thing? Do you not realize that everything that you are mentioning is literally things that you probably have criticized leading up to this moment? But now, when it's happening at your fucking doorstep, when that's currently occurring, when war is being waged, okay, and there are some alternatives to be able to try to put an end to it, to exhaust all diplomatic options, you turn around and you say, nah, fuck that, dude. We need to keep doing it.
Question mark.
Oof. In your opinion, do you think Putin would push the button if NATO troops step foot in Ukraine? I don't, probably. How do you respond to someone saying Putin had no other choice or way to defend himself from NATO expansion but to invade? I know it's a stupid justification, but how the fuck do you reply to that? No, that is the justification that that Vladimir Putin has put forward for Georgia as well. Like, obviously, there are other ways to sell it to your own country. There are other, there's other additional flavoring and seasoning that you add to that combo. You say, oh, we're one nation with the Ukrainian people. They have to be a part of Russia. We have one culture, one attitude, one nation, yada, yada, yada. Okay? But the ultimate thing that happened is they just don't want Western involvement in their fucking backyard.
Hope you have had
and they've never wanted Western involvement in their backyard. Ukrainians obviously want the Western involvement. Clearly, they want to join EU. They want to join NATO. Okay, they don't want to be fucking constantly worrying about Russia coming in and like assassinating a leader or putting a puppet leader in place. Okay,
what's next? Putin is
and they don't want this to happen. In America, more importantly, it's a bullshit excuse to excuse irredentist actions. It's not an excuse because what Putin's actions are inexcusable. Okay, like. Putin's actions are completely inexcusable. Make no fucking mistake. But you also have to recognize like where this is coming from. Like what are the reasons? It didn't just like come out of nowhere. The Nazi shit is still pushing the Kremlin line. Dude, shut the fuck up. It's not the Kremlin line, man. It is so incredibly frustrating that people consistently just try to fucking shroud themselves in like just libtard shit to not try to understand why certain things are fucking happening and look for a viable solution out of this that minimizes Ukrainian casualties instead of going, go off, kings, and go off, queens. Here's some fucking javelin missiles. Go ahead. Die. Die for my enjoyment. Okay? Just get fucking shelled. Reduce your cities to rubble. I don't care. I'm far away.
Months. Come to San Francisco.
It's disgusting. It's so fucking dishonest. And it's so disgusting to me that like there's two types of attitudes I see so regularly. Okay? There's two types of attitudes I see so fucking frequently, okay? One of those attitudes is die for me. I mean, die. I don't give a fuck. You know, you want to defend your country. Oh, it's so honorable. It's so great. Look, come on, just go. Here, we'll give you guns. Keep fucking fighting an endless war, a senseless war, because Russia, the piece of shit Russian government, Vladimir Putin, decided to actually take action. Okay? We got it, bro. You watched one fucking YouTube video, okay? We got it. You watched one fucking YouTube video, and you're just you want me to watch it over and over again. I have already watched the Mersheimer clip, okay?
WMD is weapon of mass destruction.
Like, just move in, NATO troops already. Putin's getting cocky. Show him force. Do it, brother. Let's fucking die. YOLO. Straight up. So the one type of fucking war lover, Coomer, is going, ooh, war. It's sick. Die for me. It's awesome. Okay? I'm far away anyway. I love the proselytizing and the brilliance of like these beautiful people. Look, they're getting married in war. Except you don't see the other side of it. You don't see the fucking old wife and husband that got fucking absolutely brutalized by machine gun fire on their way to home. Okay? On their way when they're driving home and they get fucking destroyed by Russian tanks. Absolutely destroyed, and they're fucking dying side by side. Their faces melted off. Okay? You don't see that shit. You only see the fucking marriage and the wedding. You don't see the consequences of war on real humans, okay? You don't see the entire fucking family get lasered. And you don't see even Ukrainians doing fucking accidental misfires and firing on their own people on accident. You don't see the Russians being brutal and the consequences that it has on Ukrainians. And you don't see the fucking Ukrainians being brutal to their own people on accident, thinking that they're fucking, again, understandably fearful of Russian saboteurs shooting at their own fucking people.
5 months of hogging.
Okay.
Hasan, thank you, brother.
So you don't think about that. You only think about like the sexy aspects of it. Okay?
Hola.
What is your solution, though? Giving Putin what he wants again, so it happens to be the next country? We got here because he got away with too much. You can't ignore that. What do you mean he got away with what? Like, people keep saying he got away with too much. He got away with too much. What the fuck are you talking about?
Glad to be drowning in the
And my point is this.
3 months.
If Putin's entire goal is to take the entirety of fucking Ukraine, okay? If his goal is to take Ukraine, just all of it, there is no reason to try to stop and halt that action by offering a peaceful diplomatic solution out of this. Okay? Crimea, Georgia, and soon Donbas. Yeah. apart feels like these fuckers aren't going to get your view until they see the shit you mentioned. You see the problem lies in everybody being a tight ass, so I personally think the solution is milking everyone's prostate so I can chill out. Yeah. Putin, for all intents and purposes, wants autonomy, or he's claiming sovereignty now, but originally wanted autonomy for Donbas,
we all sit down and eat
DPR and LPR,
Italian centrist.
And of course, Crimea to be recognized as Russian territory. Okay? He wants Donbas to be a part of Ukrainian borders. That is better for him strategically than just taking Donbas and annexing it in its entirety.
Hell yeah,
now, I might be wrong.
Has flex, has high, has chug,
Okay?
has chug.
I might be wrong. I'm admitting that. Okay? But if he takes the entirety of Donbas and Ukrainian borders are cut off, and now Ukraine has new borders and no territorial dispute, then NATO is going to say, let's go. We're gonna do it again, Jack. We're gonna let Ukraine into NATO, Jack. And then what is Russia gonna do? Then they're gonna go in and take more territory. So they're actively in territorial disputes regardless. Okay? Because that is his red line. And America, if you for even a brief moment think that America would be comfortable with like Mexico getting into a partnership with Russia or China, okay, in a similar capacity to NATO and build fucking Chinese bases on Mexico, if you think that America would not literally invade the entirety of Mexico and roll through it, I don't know what to fucking tell you. They 1,000,000% would. And they would even have less justification, even though it is still unjustifiable. What Russia did is unjustifiable. Okay? But you're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your mind, dude. I mean, we have invaded Mexico, but you know what I mean.
Smile.
He got away with the dictatorship. He got away with Georgia. He got away with Kazakhstan. He got away with Belarus. He got away with Transnistria. He got away with Ossetia, ethnic cleanse, etc. Yeah, dude. Real great getting away with it. That's like a fucking soft Tuesday for America. What the fuck are you talking about? He sent in shock troopers to fucking murder the protests that were happening in Kazakhstan. Same with fucking Belarus, okay? That's just fucking regional sovereignty shit. America does that all around the fucking planet on a daily basis. Jesus, Lord mercy. You think this is just like, that's getting away with it, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Only if the U.S. was bombing Mexico, yeah, I'd be okay with them allying with China over it. You're such a liar. No, you wouldn't. No, you fucking wouldn't. Would not. You would never be. I see your takes about U.S. finally not being like the main bad guy. I hear all the liberal takes about the United States finally not being the main bad guy. Holy shit. Okay? And everyone is literally using this as an opportunity to be like, no, actually, we are literally not. We're the good guys here. We're giving guns to Ukraine because out of the kindness of our hearts, because we just like really care about, Ukrainian safety. Okay? Comparing Russia to the U.S. is not justifying Russia's actions? Yeah, of course. Because I don't justify the United States' actions. But a lot of people don't understand that because they think America good, usually, or tries to be good, but is just failing to be good whenever they fuck up. And not because they know they're evil as fuck. Russia is evil as fuck in Ukraine. And America is also evil as fuck in every other conflict they've engaged with, okay? Always and forever. You're crazy. I'm saying both are bad and wrong.
All imports of Russian oil,
anyway,
gas,
let's see what fucking Brandon's doing. He's got like weird yellow marks on his face. I don't know what the fuck that's about. But Brandon.
Can you unban me? I just want a sub so I don't see ads skeptical.
No.
energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports and the American.
Chechnya, Georgia, Crimea, Donbas, Luhansk, Transnistria, Moldova, you fucking dumbass. What about as much? Dude, what you are describing is things that America has done in the past, so it doesn't, you have no way to like make comparisons to, okay? And most of those
Dr.
things are still
654
unjustifiable,
point.
okay? A lot of that is unjustifiable. Completely unjustifiable. Do not misunderstand what I'm saying. But you do not understand because you have
33
no
months
way
later
of
and the
seeing
world is
a
ending, and
foreign
in watching
country,
Hasan
a
cover it
regional
with smile.
territorial superpower with nukes, as anything but another Libya, as anything but another Afghanistan, as anything but another Iraq that we can just bully around as much as we want. Okay? By the way, he wanted to pad the fucking deck so much he said Moldova and Transnistria. Like Ukraine, Donbas, Moldova, Transnistria, Ossetia, Georgia. It's like, dude, we got it. You're trying to fucking make as big as an essay as you possibly can there. Like you're literally doubling down on the conflicts by mentioning the same name. Anyway, here's a different and unique bad take. Just let Russia have it. I mean, so that's the thing, okay? It's probably going to get to this inevitably. I hope it doesn't. I hope that there's some kind of fucking neutralization that can still happen. But that is probably what is going to end up happening. Either that or what? Like Ukraine is going to be able to push back the Russian forces. They're going to they're going to actively defeat the Russian forces. They're going to have like I guess they're going to somehow be able to effectively push back Russian forces without Russia like dropping a baby nuke or something on Ukraine. Or without Russia, I don't know, doing like insane amounts of fucking violence and bloodshed, way more than what you have seen thus far. You know, they're just gonna play fair, and the Ukrainian forces are just gonna be able to do that. They're gonna be able to push back, and then they're gonna maintain that defense. You think people dying in Ukraine care who's providing them aid? They don't care about what America and the West has done, lmao? What? No, I know, man. I know. And like, obviously, I care about fucking the Ukrainian lives, okay? Unlike American politicians who don't even care about American lives, let alone fucking Ukrainian lives. Get the fuck out of here. I do. I'm a human being. I'm an independent entity. I do care about Ukrainian people, okay? Even if Zelenskyy concedes Donbas, nationalists and Azov militias will continue fighting, there isn't going to be peace in Ukraine for the foreseeable future. No, I agree. That's what I see. I see the fallout of this being devastating for Ukraine, no matter what. Putin invading Ukraine created a sequence of actions that are seemingly impossible to fucking avoid.
17 months already.
And the fallout of this will be horrifying, okay? It is going to be just absolutely fucking devastating. Let's watch what Brandon's doing.
People will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine. This is a move that has strong bipartisan support in the Congress and I believe in the country. Americans have rallied to support their Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. We made this decision in close consultation with our allies and our partners around the world, particularly in Europe.
Dude, why? United States involvement in regime change, pre-1887 interventions. A lot of this stuff is what like Russia is doing now. By the way, this is what I mean: annexation of Texas and invasion of California. Like the pre-1887 invasions and like leading up to like the industrialized United States. Is all the shit that like Russia's doing currently, you know what I mean? In their backyard, maintaining territorial sovereignty, regional sovereignty. Again, unacceptable. Okay, and then we get to the 1900s. Honduras, Cuba, Nicaragua. Again, America doing unjustifiable, just like Russia's unjustifiable actions. Still doing territorial integrity shit. You know what I mean? You're like building your sovereignty as a superpower, okay? Spreading democracy, I mean. When they're doing murders they're doing it in the democratic way, okay? 1912 to 1941, the Wilson administration, World War I, the interwar period, still continuing, and then World War II happens, and then the aftermath of World War II, when we go fucking buck wild, okay? All of a sudden, okay? Post World War II, all of a sudden, dude, holy fuck. And this is like the conservative estimation. This probably, I suspect, does not have all of the details like Gladio, or all of the details like utilizing NATO to pump up reactionary, hyper-nationalist, ultra-nationalist forces in every fucking country. Consequences of the Marshall Plan and what the return on that investment looked like, okay? And countries that were not interested in being a part of that process that got absolutely fucking devastated. Whew. 1950s, Burma, China, Egypt, Iran, Guatemala, Syria, Indonesia, Kerala, India, South Vietnam, Cuba, Congo, Laos, Dominican Republic, Brazil, Iraq, Indonesia again, Cambodia, Chile, Bolivia, Ethiopia, Angola, East Timor, Argentina, Afghanistan, Poland, Chad, Nicaragua, Grenada, Panama. Post-Cold War, Iraq, Haiti, Zaire, Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Palestinian Authority, Syria, Libya, Syria. This list is a baby list. The U.S. has been using South America like their own personal fascist fleshlight for far too long. Just perfect representation of that. Yeah, perfect way to represent what the United States has done there. They love arming. Listen, sweaty. Do you not want to fucking arm? Yeah, Russian regime change. I mean, there needs to be so much more, dude. What the fuck? 1991 and present. Obviously, there's the USSR regime change, which will probably be a beefy fucking fat list too. We didn't fucking invade and occupy every one of those countries, though. Dog, Russia is a relatively new post-Soviet country, and its involvement since 1991 is doing this part, okay? Is doing this part of the American history. Do you understand? They're doing this. They're doing this part of the equation when they do this. What do you think we did here when we expanded into these areas? Like, what do you think is the kingdom of Hawaii? You think there's a kingdom of Hawaii still? Samoa, Texas, California. What do you think that was? Do you think we didn't invade? I literally live on fucking, technically, on post-invaded soil, okay? Motherfuckers be like, why is San Diego named that way? Let's not think about that. Studying your involvement in Italy radicalized me. Your country ruined a 30% majority of the Italian Communist Party. Dude, listen, you don't understand. It had to happen, okay? We had to do that. This is the USSR involvement in regime change, which of course is exactly the fucking same as this. It's the other side of this list, or not this part, sorry. It's the other side of this list. Because all of those places we had to be involved in because the Soviets were giving access and help. You know? They wanted to allow Iran to have a communist party. Okay? Iranian communists wanted to nationalize the British Petroleum oil refineries. That's unacceptable. We got to go the fuck back in there, baby. It's literally like if it's like this, okay? Let's say we want to nationalize our extraction industry immediately, okay? We want to nationalize our extraction industry tomorrow, okay? And then China, let's say if we were using Chinese conglomerates to do our refineries, because it's like really hard to build. It's really fucking hard to build a perfect one-to-one comparison, because America has been the global hegemonic superpower for a very long time. So it's impossible almost to fucking comprehend, right? A world in which like we are not, and we could get fucking absolutely obliterated by the rest of the fucking planet that comes together against us, right? But in a situation, let's say Americans are democratically saying, hey, we want to fucking nationalize our extraction industry. We want to move away from oil, okay? But the first step towards that is the nationalization of our extraction industry. We want to do Norway, right? We want to do Norway-style social democracy. That's a step that we could engage in, okay? And then China's like, no, those are our refineries. You can't fucking do that. Let's say it's not American refineries that we're using, but Chinese refineries that we're using. And then they come in and they literally fucking actively destabilize our country, okay? Even assassinate leaders that, like, they assassinate Bernie Sanders, okay? And trade unionists, and completely destabilize the country. And the most psychotic, like, 3%ers are like, we got to get the Chinese invasion out of this goddamn country, okay? We're going to do violent purges. And then they fucking run this, like, ultra-nationalist Christian fucking counterforce. The anti-imperialist brigades, brother. And they say, fuck the commies too. Don't get me wrong, brother. But hey, listen, we hate the commies and we hate the Chinese. And then they run the country as a fucking theocratic monarchy. There you go. For the crime of wanting to use your own natural resources, for the crime of wanting to use your own natural resources for your own people, okay? Ugh. Norway was able to do it because, unlike the UK, which has the same North Sea oil fields, Norway refused to invite foreign companies to do the drilling, and they took the time to do it themselves. Do you think that's justifiable? Do you think it's okay when a country does not have the personal personal technological advancements to be able to do it themselves? Do you think that then they have to be locked into a fucking contract with British Petroleum for the rest of their lives, where they can't use their own, because they don't have the extraction methods that that they have to quite literally get fucking owned over and over again? Also, do you know that there are countries that have the technological capability that have tried to implement similar things on their own natural resources? One that comes to mind was run by a very interesting figure that literally got, I mean, he wasn't great. He did some fucked up shit, don't get me wrong, but what leader doesn't? What fucking nation leader does that? But, he famously got ass raped, trigger warning, but with a bayonet on television. That's how they murdered him. So, that's not a joke. That is real. That did happen. And now, in the aftermath of that, there's open slave markets in that fucking country. So, pretty tight. It was great. Europeans are allowed to get away with socialism? No, it's not a socialism. They're allowed to get away with being a social democracy and taking steps towards socializing certain things because they're white and we can't subjugate and extract like we can in the third world. There is a little bit more acceptance in doing that. There's a little bit more acceptance universally in doing that to countries that are developing. It's not socialist. They're just still capitalist. Bloomberg in overdrive trying to get ahead of the turn to Venezuela. Fucking dope. I love fucking the paywalls. Jesus Christ. Venezuelan migrants are coming home as Maduro embraces capitalism. An unlikely economic rebound is luring back some of the 6 million who fled. Oh, wow, dude. Yeah, it's an embrace of capitalism. That's what's going on. Not that, like, we're opening up the fucking floodgates as a consequence of looking for oil wherever we can because we're desperate to fucking put sanctions on Russia. That sanctions that actually do have material impact and not bullshit fucking sanctions that don't touch 50% of their fucking revenue production. It's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, it's not because the EU is white. It's because they rival the USA in power. USA would have fucked the EU if they weren't as strong. Wait, what? Yeah, dude. The European Union definitely was incredibly strong post World War II. That's why the country that was, you know, not as severely damaged and destroyed by World War II was able to fucking financially support and also, you know, get significant returns on their investment of said financial support. Yeah, famously, the Western Europe famously was like very, very cool. They were like, we are doing so well after World War II. Anyway. Are you going to say the sanctions are useless when the ruble tanked? I don't think sanctions are useless. I think sanctions when done to countries that can't fight back are horrifying and brutal. Sanctions when done to a country like Russia that has way more command over its economy and way more resources that are important for the rest of the fucking planet to function, oil, okay? Sanctions will still absolutely fucking brutalize the poorest of the people. I am not anti-sanctions when it comes to our allies either. I have talked about sanctions many, many times. It's called BDS. I don't know why people think that's an own. It's a way more complicated process than like it's a way more complicated process than like a fucking a black or white understanding of sanctions. What is this? Look. More images of the Russian armored train? What the fuck? Anyway, Poland will donate all MiG-29s to the U.S., presumably for Ukraine. It wants other NATO allies with MiGs to do the same. Warsaw requests the U.S. to provide used aircraft with corresponding operational capabilities. Okay, so the logistical hurdle for the United States, there's a couple different problems here. One, how do you bring those fucking MiGs into Ukraine, okay? Are you going to fly them? Because then if they get shot down, you're in fucking war with a NATO nation. Okay? Will Putin consider this an act of war by Poland? Does this mean this is an act of war between Poland and and Russia. Okay?
I don't ever speak, but am glad to be here. Love you all.
You know you can transport aircrafts on land? No, I know. I do know. Are they going to actually send the aircraft via trains? Are they actually so those are two logistical hurdles to overcome. The reason why they're giving them to the United States is because the United States will refill their the United States then also has to figure out how to re-up the Ukrainian Air Force so they can or not Ukrainian, sorry, re-up the Polish Air Force so they can feel protected and safe in the middle of a fucking war that is going on at their doorstep. Here's the MSNBC vid on the Polish MiGs. Okay, we'll take a look at this right now. Obviously, some of you won't be taking a look at this because you'll be taking a look at the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's one way to avoid the ads. Or if you're lucky, you get gifted a sub. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. All right, let's watch.
To Ramstein Air Base is NBC News' Dan DeLuce in Washington. Dan, what can you tell us?
Well, this is very significant news. I think this is going to be very much welcome in Ukraine and by Kyiv. Poland has issued a statement saying they're ready to donate free of charge all of their MiG-29 fighter jets to Poland, and that they await replacement aircraft from the United States and NATO allies. And they said that the planes would be sent to Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. Now, why they're doing that, it might be, we don't know yet. It may be they just simply...
What do you mean, why are they doing that? They're doing that so that America is the one who's handling the logistics, because America is the one who has to re-up the Polish Air Force. And not only that, but also, like, they don't want to be fucking held liable for giving fucking giving the like they're going to the daddy, they're going to Big Daddy, okay? They're going to Big Daddy America, who will allow Ukraine to have those fighter jets.
Simply don't want to have a potential target in Poland. But it is, this has been something that was under discussion. There have been a lot of conflicting reports. It came up more than a week ago. It seemed to go back and forth. It got confusing at times. But over the weekend, the White House and Secretary of...
Like, look at this. I want you to look at this picture, okay? Because this is the non-TOS version of what you can see, at the very least, okay? I want you to look at this picture. And I want you to understand, like, this is going to get so much fucking worse. Americans will very easily say, oh, look, I love Ukrainians fighting back. It's fucking sick. It's fucking sick. Keep fighting. We're with you. Like, it's great. Come on. We're with you. Like, let's go, Ukraine, you know? But, and then they will openly state that this is going to be fucking Afghanistan for Russia. But then they never think about what Afghanistan means for the, Afghan citizens, or rather the Ukrainian citizens in this circumstance that are stuck.
Wow, a whole quarter of a century. Crazy.
Okay?
State Antony Blinken confirmed this was something they were discussing with Poland, that Ukraine has asked this, or made an urgent appeal. President Zelenskyy speaking to lawmakers on Saturday, and this was his top request. Ukrainian pilots are trained to fly these kind of Soviet-era planes. They do already have these planes. They want more of them. And you saw this bipartisan endorsement, writing letters to the White House saying, get these planes to Ukraine. And Poland's request was that they get a replacement for these MiGs that they're going to be giving to Ukraine, and they wanted U.S.-made F-16. So It looks like that must have been figured out now. So that's what we have.
Dan, let's bring in our colleague Courtney Kuby, our Pentagon correspondent. So, Courtney, what more can you tell us about what's going to happen now?
Okay, so I think we need to look at what this announcement is and what it is.
Don't you think it's a bit patronizing of you to assume that they don't want it and don't choose it over the looming occupation? Are you telling me that like
Pot
it's
friend.
better off? I don't care in this situation. I'm telling you, they're worse off overall. Like, I get why they want it. I get why they want to fucking fight back. It's totally understandable to want to fight back. But that's not what I'm talking about. Okay? What I'm talking about currently is what is happening and what will continue to happen. Okay? Yeah, moving the goalposts. You don't know what that word means, dude. You just don't. You're like, go write a fucking Reddit post. Just kidding. Don't get mad at me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Keep saying it over and over again. Stop. Why didn't the Afghans just leave, right? Dog, what the fuck do you mean? I'm not saying leave. If it wasn't for Ukraine, if it wasn't for United States involvement that predates Operation Cyclone, the Mujahideen would not have had the arms to be able to push back the USSR forces. And without United States involvement and the USSR forces consistently trying to fucking fight on two different fronts. One, the same fucking leadership that was purging communists while also simultaneously demanding help from the USSR. And two, trying to fight back against the Mujahideen forces. There could have been a way more amicable solution with a USSR puppet installed in Afghanistan at the time. Perhaps a much more favorable point. Afghanistan could look very different right now. It could look like the fucking 60s. The USSR did not like the Afghan government that was supposedly socialist. Okay? They were not a fan. They tried to assassinate him. But as Carter's own admission, or not his own admission, but what's his name? Brezhnevsky? I always fuck his last name up.
At HasanAbi,
At the admission of their hindsight 2020, it's not hindsight 2020 when I'm using it for foresight. Okay, no, Brzezinski, not Brezhnev. No, Brzezinski. Not, yeah, it's the former National Security Advisor of the United States. No, it's Brzezinski.
So I haven't been
Zbigniew Brzezinski.
20 months time flies hassle.
Okay, a Polish-American diplomat who openly fucking talked about how pumping guns into the Mujahideen and getting them to rile up against the USSR involvement in Afghanistan was an incredible way to turn Afghanistan into Russia's own Vietnam, USSR's own Vietnam. It was a grand policy proposal. It was an incredible chess move. Okay?
Lit.
That he openly fucking flexed on.
I'm a wiser person thanks to Hasan. Brzezinski.
Yeah, and his daughter is on, Mika Brzezinski is now on Morning Joe, but, you know, we don't talk about it.
I've been in here 16 months and haven't been banned a single time.
I keep seeing people comparing Afghans and Ukrainians, saying that Afghans were cowards for not fighting the Taliban. Dude, that is so fucking disgusting, dude. That's what I mean. That's like, it's so disgusting. It's because these fucking people would lose their minds. They did. Those very same people who say Afghans were cowards for not fighting the Taliban are the same fat little fucking piglet pork-eating dickheads that live all around the stupid fucking country, okay? They're riddled with cancerous tumors all around their fucking bodies from eating microplastics on a daily fucking basis and having a steady diet of high fructose corn syrup. And they sit around, okay, with their diabetic asses, okay, running around and fucking talking about how devastating it is when they can't get $5 jalapeno poppers at Applebee's anymore. And now it's $6 jalapeno poppers at Applebee's. And then they turn around and talk about the fucking bravery of the Afghan people. I am disgusted with this kind of fucking attitude that Americans have. It is so nasty. They have never understood the sacrifice. They have never understood any kind of like, they've never understood what it's like to fucking live constantly with a threatening government over their head. They've never understood what it's like to have to forcibly choose when you're stuck between a rock and a fucking hard place.
2020 election.
Those disgusting piglet fucks cried about putting a fucking mask on for the duration of the COVID pandemic. They cried about getting vaccinated. You're really going to tell me that those motherfuckers know what sacrifice and bravery means? Sacrifice and bravery for them
months of
is just, saluting a fucking veteran when they see one, okay? And venerating veterans, but not giving a single fuck about them when it comes to their healthcare needs, okay? Americans have never had to understand what sacrifice and bravery is because we are removed from the consequences of the world events that we dictate. Okay? Fucking bullshit. Sacrifice. Bravery. Miss me with that fucking bullshit, dude. Americans have never even seen like instability in fucking food pricing until like recently. Holy shit. I mean, they did back in the day. But contemporary American society, post-World World War II, are you fucking kidding me?
Not. First off, this is Poland saying that they are ready to provide these MiG-29s to send them to...
U.S. hate rent-free in your head, lol. What? U.S. hate rent-free? Dude, look at this internet-brained, brain-broken idiot, dude. It's rent-free in your head, lol. Yeah, the United States is rent-free in my head. Yeah, I know. I live here. I don't know if you know that. You are such a brain-broken, petulant little fucking loser shit. I hope you understand that. Rent-free, lol. Yeah, it is. It is. It is rent-free. I'm an American.
Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany, as Dan was just saying, but they're also calling on the U.S. to provide them, to backfill them with appropriate aircraft, fighter jets that would have similar capabilities. Everyone's been talking about the F-16s. Just because Poland made this announcement does not mean that the U.S. has some number of F-16s sitting around that they can immediately provide to Poland. So that's the first hang-up to this. The second one Dan was just touching on, and that is, why would Poland fly these aircraft from Poland, right next door in Ukraine, all the way to Germany, to Ramstein, and turn them over to the United States for the U.S. then to provide Ukraine? Officials who I'm talking to don't know the answer to that.
What do you mean?
A defense official who I asked right after this announcement was made.
It's obvious. One, they get a fucking nice little re-up on their they get a nice little re-up on their fucking jets. And two, because they have to, they're not going to give them to Ukraine and then not get new jets. And two, they can't directly deliver it to Ukraine because Big Daddy America has to do that because there are significant repercussions that they would suffer from if they were to give it directly to Ukraine. It would involve Poland in the war, and that's terrifying for the Polish people who understand that, like, you know, they don't want to fucking go to war with Russia.
I said, what's going on here? Has this been made? And all they're saying so far here at the Pentagon is, we don't have anything. We're looking into this announcement. We don't have anything more.
My argument, when Russia takes over Ukraine with the least number of casualties, called an invasion. But when U.S. does it with Yemen, Syria, and many more with thousands of innocent civilian casualties, it's called liberation democracy. I know I'm pretty late to the party. Please don't ban me. No, both of those are fucking morally abhorrent, horrifying, violent, bloody battles, and they're completely unacceptable. And I yell about America when they fucking claim that they are doing liberation and democracy. It's a laughable fucking notion. I'm not going to ban that person, but you know, it's the same with fucking Russia right now.
For you on it, but I should say
it's not a hot take, it's a cold take. The fucking hilarious part about this, though, is that like liberals literally think the blood of Ukrainians in Russian hands is a good opportunity for them to fucking wash their own blood and wash their own fucking prior war crime admissions and advocacy. And it's psychotic to me. It's like, oh, dude, well, fucking Russia is doing a bad thing here. We're not doing it directly. Like, you know, fuck it, dude. Whatever, dude.
Let's go.
Yeah, totally, bro. We are so good now. It's crazy.
As of yesterday, when we were asking the question about the possibility of the U.S. providing aircraft to Poland, we were told repeatedly, our colleagues Carol Lee and Peter Alexander and I were told repeatedly from a number of different officials in the Biden administration that it was a long shot that the U.S. would actually go forward with this. So again, as of now, this is Poland saying they are ready to send these jets, but there is no sense yet that the U.S. has the ability to backfill. As far as the logistics of this, though, Katie, yes, the MiGs, they could go. The U.S. doesn't have any MiGs, but theoretically, the U.S. could maintain them and could help them at Ramstein. But I mean, that's the only, that's the only thing we really know at this point.
It is really odd, as you point out, to send them to Germany to go back to Ukraine when Poland is right next to Ukraine, and there are shipments going back and forth between the.
Dude, are these people crazy? Are they crazy? Dude, it's obvious why they're doing that. I don't understand why they're... What do you mean? They don't want to fucking involve themselves directly in war, dude. What the fuck? They don't want to literally fucking... You're acting like Putin won't find out? Dude, it's just an additional barrier of safety that they want to fucking add on, okay?
Every month the world gets
it's an
worse
additional layer of safety and security to say, hey, look, we're giving them to NATO. We're giving them to the United States. They can do whatever they want. That's it. Now, yeah, they have to feign ignorance of the plausible deniability. Like, they were going to do it. The Watcher of Hasan, but didn't the U.S. funding the Mujahideen turn out all right? I mean, it crippled and led to the dissolution of the biggest enemy, and the blowback was less than 10K dead Americans. This is not a message of support. Dude, did you just say America's war on terror plus 9/11 as blowback was just, worth it to fucking take down the USSR? Are you serious? As bait, right? You have to. That's not a fucking good gamble unless you literally think that that is like a good, I don't know. Like, you think 9/11 was acceptable? Like, what the fuck? I know my take is like, I know that's my take, or that's what people think my take is about 9/11, but like, what's up? You're like straight up saying it. Like, oh, no, it's cool. 9/11 is fine because, the USSR went down. The Watcher of Hasan, dude. I don't think it's a good gamble.
In those two countries of other arms. Tell me right now where Ukraine stands on its air fight against Russia. Russia has not yet dominated the skies over Ukraine. So what would it mean for Ukraine to get these jets?
So
wasn't 9/11 faked? No, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo. Yeah, dude, those people didn't die, actually. They're not real.
It's still a very contested airspace, but the reality is much of the air, Russia has more, it's tipped more in Russia's favor than in Ukraine. That being said, the Ukrainian Air Force still has the ability to fly. They still do not have, Russia is not dominating them. But both sides, the Russian Air Force and the Ukrainian Air Force, frankly, aren't flying a whole lot of their manned aircraft right now. The majority of the stuff that's in the sky...
Boys, the only reason why I know 9/11 was real because I was in the rooftop in New Jersey. You know what I'm saying?
Right now, it's missiles, it's artillery. There isn't a whole lot of manned aircraft flying, and that's because it is such a contested airspace. So that begs the question...
Listen, I'm Muslim. I can make that joke, okay? Shut the fuck up. That's more so, shitting on people that fucking racistly claim that like Muslims were on the rooftops celebrating.
Does Ukraine really need these additional fighter jets? President Zelenskyy has said that he does. I think that because of that, there has been a very real faith effort here on the part of the U.S. and Poland and other allies to figure out if they can provide them with things. But it still doesn't answer the question, do they actually need them?
No, she's not dead. She's not dead. She's fine.
NATO
They take her
allies,
out.
a number of nations have come forward and provided Ukraine with a lot of other things that they really do need. Stinger missiles, we were reporting on that last week. They have gotten hundreds of these Stinger missiles, which provide the Ukrainians with the ability to shoot down Russian aircraft that are flying overhead. But even with that, Russia has S-400s up in southern Belarus that provide them with these very advanced radars. They control large parts of the Ukrainian airspace because
this one is so whack. Like they put like USSR era books or like old Russian literature in there, like to burn those tires when Russia comes. It's like, oh, sick, dude. You got it.
And Russia still has a very advanced and strong, robust ability with surface-to-air missiles to shoot down manned Ukrainian military aircraft. So it's a dynamic situation over the air right now. I mean, candidly, Katie, I don't really know why the Ukrainians would need more manned aircraft right now. It seems that of all the asks that they would have out there, that this is sort of a strange one to me, just looking at the operational picture right now. But I want to make sure that our viewers are very aware of the fact here that, yes, Poland is offering, they are saying they can send these MiGs, but that doesn't mean that the U.S. at this point has dedicated or has the ability to backfill them to actually get this process underway.
Anyway, we already, we covered this part extensively, I think. Russian regime change. The West thinks sanctions are hurting Putin. They have it backwards. His power inside Russia is surging. A threat on what analysts are getting so wrong. Bro, this dude is like always talking about how much Russia's slanging dick. Okay, Clint Ehrlich. Like, I like to hear from, differing points of view to get a better understanding of the situation instead of just like literally swallowing whatever fucking Western propaganda is being shoveled down my goddamn throat.
3 months, let's go.
But sometimes I'm like, okay, dude, why is there not, why is there never like a reasonable middle ground? You know what I mean? The entire media is sucking Ukraine's dick. I mean, yes, but okay, it's somewhere, the truth is somewhere in the middle, okay? It's not like, if the Ukrainian forces were fucking comstering Russia currently, then they would be able to retake some of the fucking cities that Russia is now controlling, okay? We act like Russia's special operation the first couple of nights were a complete abysmal failure, which it was to a certain degree. But then we extend that to, Ukraine is actually owning, like they're owning. They're like fucking destroying Russia. Okay. Anyway, a thread. Objectively, Putin's poll numbers have improved since the lead up to the onset of war. Yeah, no shit. It's called, rally around the flag. He mentions it. In less than 2 weeks, his approval rating spiked 10 points, 61 to 71. Many in the West are predicting that this effect will be short-lived. Analysts think that Russia's will sour on Putin if the economic situation in the country becomes worse. But there's a gaping hole in their theory. Russians don't think the war was Putin's fault. This is difficult for the West to understand. Here we see the invasion of Ukraine as a war of choice. In Russia, the average citizen sees the conflict as a war of necessity, one forced on... Yeah, okay, dude. This is like guzzling, okay? This is semen guzzling in this thread. I think a little bit. This was confirmed before the war in the research by Levada Center, a non-governmental polling firm widely trusted in the West. More than 66% of Russians blame the conflict on America, NATO, or Ukraine. Only 4% said the conflict was Russia's fault. Because Russians do not believe Putin was responsible for the war, they naturally do not blame him for the sanctions. An old lib I knew in college keeps posting about how bad it was when Trump halted weapon sales to Ukraine. I told her I come from a part of the world where those weapons always end in the hands of extremist militia hands. She ignored it. Why do libs ignore the lived experience they claim to care about like 90% of the time? Because they want to feel good, dude. What do you mean?
Sussy.
It's all about wanting to fucking feel good. That's it.
3 more months until brain rot Hosso.
If anything, the perceived cruelty of the current sanctions is making the West more of a villain in Russia. Some Russians I know had favorable positions of the West now feel like they're personally under attack. They resent being the targets of economic warfare. One of the most egregious examples is the attempt to block international calls into Russia. Today, many Russians overseas are having trouble reaching their families at home. This makes them angry, but not at Putin. It makes them hate the West. The Russians who are upset with Putin about sanctions are the ones who already oppose them. They are a vocal, younger minority inside the country, but the people who are attending anti-war marches are the same ones who were previously marching against corruption. Putin's base sees the Western pullout from Russia as an opportunity to purge the foreign influence. They like the idea of Western companies selling their stakes in state industries. They like replacing Western brands with Russian and Chinese substitutes. I'm not arguing that these replacements will be smooth, but they won't stop Russia's economy from heading into a deep recession. But nationalist sentiments inside Russia right now are so strong, and that's a price Russians are willing to pay. The Kremlin's doing everything in its power to strengthen those sentiments. It's why within the last 2 days, it's alleged that the U.S. was funding secret nuclear and biological... What? It alleged that the U.S. was funding... Yeah, I saw this. They're doing American agitprop internally within Russia. This is literally just straight up WMD 2.0, by the way. This is exactly what they're doing. In the West, the WMD claims were met with skepticism, but in Russia, they were widely believed. They reinforced the narrative that President Putin was forced to invade because otherwise Ukraine might use WMDs in a war to retake Crimea or the Donbas. Stop. Of course, the only time Wait, why is Fossabot now showing deleted messages, dude? What the fuck? That's weird. I don't get it. No, my Chatterino settings are hiding deleted messages. Now Fossabot is showing the deleted messages. That's not good. Aiden, where are you, Aiden? Mine just started doing it too. Try restarting Chatterino. I don't know. Yeah, this is a Fossabot thing. Yeah, see? Fossabot is now... Uh-oh. Aiden updated
Ukraine
Fossabot.
belongs to the Ottoman Empire.
Aiden!
Let's re-establish the Crimean
I don't want to
connection
see the
when
deleted
Russia
messages,
is
Aiden.
all
What
hail
the fuck?
Hasan.
For obvious reasons. It kind of destroys the purpose. Anyway. And of course, chat, knowing exactly... Oh, chat, stop, dude. Stop. You're being so fucking annoying. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? You are literally brain diseased. Like, all of you. Immediately, you're like, oh, dude, is this going to ruin the fucking flow of the stream? Time to do it. Like, why can't you be normal for once? Why? Why can't you do it? Like, why can't you just, like, be fucking normal? Please, I'm begging you, please. Collectively, come to an understanding and appreciate the fucking flow of the chat and not try to fuck it up.
McDonald's has established a no FRY zone in
It's just
Russia.
like, I literally do feel like I have brain diseased 15-year-olds in my community. That's it. Like, it's just a community of actually fucking brain broken 15-year-olds. That's how it feels like sometimes. Just fucking chill.
WMD confirmed. Russia doing shock and awe in America when? Russia taking of Department of Energy when?
Anyway, the threat that Russia faces from Ukraine hasn't been portrayed as a sequel to the threat to Nazi Germany, but this time with WMDs. It's easy to laugh at brainwashed Russians and mock the country as the new North Korea. For the sake of the argument, let's assume, should the U.S. be proud of a foreign policy that's created a new North Korea with 6,000 nukes? The goal of our policy towards Russia was to make a closed, paranoid society. Mission accomplished. But we shouldn't pretend that any day now Russians will feel the sting of our economic warfare and turn on the president. More likely to turn on us. Okay. I wish that this actually talked about the way that Russia has been able to overcome these sanctions. Now, I don't know how well they will be able to overcome the sanctions on oil and gas. This is a different ball game, okay? The different game here. Anyway.
Because a united response to Putin's aggression has been my overriding focus, to keep all NATO and all of the EU and our allies totally united. We're moving forward this
Bro, why does he look so dead?
Understanding that many of our European allies and partners may not be in a position to join us. The United States produces far more oil domestically than all the European countries combined. In fact, we're a net exporter of energy. So we can take this step when others cannot. But we're working closely with Europe and our partners to develop a long-term strategy to reduce their dependence on Russian energy as well. Our teams are actively discussing how to make this happen, and today we remain united. We remain united in our purpose to keep pressure mounting on Putin and his war machine. This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin, but there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning. And when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this. Over the last week, I've spoken with President Zelenskyy several times to hear from him about the situation on the ground and to consult and continue to consult with our European allies and about U.S. support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thus far, we've provided more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Shipments of defensive weapons are arriving in Ukraine every day from the United States, and we, the United States, are the ones coordinating the delivery of our allies and partners of similar weapons, from Germany to Finland to the Netherlands. We're working that out. We're also providing humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people, both those still in Ukraine and those who have fled safely to neighboring countries. We're working with humanitarian organizations to surge tens of thousands of tons of food, water, and medical supplies into Ukraine, and with more on the way. Over the weekend, I sent Secretary Blinken to visit the border between Poland and Ukraine and to Moldova to see what the situation was firsthand and report back. General Milley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of our Defense Department, was also in Europe, meeting with his counterparts and allies on NATO's eastern flank to reassure them, those countries bordering Russia, NATO countries, that we will keep our NATO commitment, a sacred commitment of Article 5.
Mehdi says, one thing I think we can now all agree on is that the Ukraine crisis shows that calling for an economic, corporate, or even cultural boycott of a foreign nation engaged in human rights abuses is not illegitimate, inappropriate, or racist. I mean, I know why he's saying that. It's foolish that he thinks that they will ever apply this to Israel, for the record. I mean, that is a foolish, foolish fucking take. Because one, most people in the United States of America do not consider any of that to be wrong. Mostly because the people that are getting fucking owned in that situation are Muslims. Okay? By the way, Cyril4, thank you for the 10 gift subs. And two, they will do that regardless. They'll say it's racist and anti-Semitic. Regardless. I think that, like, the cultural boycott is fucking insane, by the way. I don't agree with that. Like, I don't agree with the cultural boycott. Like, even if you were to do BDS, expanding it into like random fucking Israeli citizens living in the United States is psychotic. Okay? Or like Lithuania withholding vaccine shipments to Bangladesh, psychotic. Like literally insane. You're a fucking piece of shit. Okay? Absolutely unacceptable. Unacceptable. Yeah, a cultural boycott is just racism, okay? So I don't agree with that. What is this? The Élysée Palace released images of French President Macron after his call with Putin today regarding the invasion of Ukraine. Jesus Christ. Yo, my man's doing like close-ups, dude. My man's like, he's doing a photo shoot, you know what I mean? He's like, fuck. Just heard about that Ukraine shit, dog. Just heard about the Russia invading Ukraine. Damn, that shit is mad. That is mad, dude. I am gutted. I am so gutted. It's mad. We're home. Travis Scott IG stream kind of beat. Yeah, exactly.
Macron's face.
Like, oh no. I've been trying my hardest to stop this war, but it is unacceptable. Okay. Among major firms not boycotting Russia, Bridgestone Tire, City, Coca-Cola, Herbalife. Herbalife? Yo! Herbalife is not boycotting Russia. Bro. Oh, that's hilarious, dude. Okay, well, first of all, among major corporations not boycotting Russia, me, motherfucker, okay? I'm not boycotting Russia, okay? I love my Russian followers. I love my Russian fans. You know, I love you all, and I hope you're doing all right, okay? The HasanAbi broadcast, the HasanAbi franchise refuses sanctioning the Russian watchers, and I will defend you, okay, if people try to shit on you. Suck my dick. How will they sub, though? I don't give a fuck if they can't subscribe.
Macron fails Sag.
Oh, you love all your Russian fans? Even Volodymyr Putin? Yeah, my favorite. Hilton, Hyatt, Intercontinental Hotels, Marriott, Mars, McDonald's, Nestle, Papa John's, Pepsi, Philip Morris, Starbucks. They're like, we're still selling you fucking cigarettes, baby. No matter what. Starbucks, Unilever, Yum Brands, owns Taco Bell. How do you feel about the Russian streamers getting basically shut down and forced away from content creation due to sanctions? It fucking sucks. Because if you're a streamer, or if you're like a Western-focused content creator for the most part, you are most likely a lib. And therefore, anti-fucking Vladimir Putin regardless. Okay? So, you're just fucking punishing the random people that have nothing to do with anything. And not only that, but, bro, the biolabs are real. China urges the U.S. to disclose the details on the U.S.-financed biolabs in Ukraine, including types of viruses stored and research being conducted, said a Chinese foreign ministry spokesperson, calling on all parties to ensure the safety of these labs given the situation. Yeah, China would never actually use this as an opportunity to get one off on fucking the United States. And even if they do have fucking actual biolabs, this notion that you think, like, this is literally the reverse, you understand? This is the role reversal of what Americans been doing to China, okay? Saying that the fucking COVID lab, saying that the lab where they were actively testing in Wuhan is somehow literally a fucking bioweapon, okay? But I don't even believe it's real, for the record. I don't know why the fuck they would have a legitimate biolab in Ukraine anyway. I bravely chose to believe it.
3-month brain rot.
Damn, McDonald's are closing up fucking the deep end of the biolab cycle is literally actually worse than the shit QAnon fuckers believe. I mean, dude, I saw that. Convenience aside, documents were published. There's anthrax. Yeah, I don't really believe that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, if you think that the biolab that they have is like anything but just like a regular fucking World Health Organization style biolab, I don't know what to tell you, okay? That is, even if it exists. I love the people that were like, defending China. Okay. Fact check. CNN did not tweet a story about the Kyiv kid finder. A screenshot of a fabricated CNN... What? A CNN Twitter post that reports on what it is the former primary school teacher traveling through besieged Ukrainian city to look for unaccompanied children has been interpreted as authentic by some on social media. Examples of the screenshot seen on Facebook here and on Twitter here, where it was in like this 7,000 times. Yeah! No! Oh no! Oh no! That's awesome. Breaking. During some of the heaviest shelling in the city of Kharkiv, former primary school teacher Ivan Kuchinsky has been traveling throughout the city and taking care of unaccompanied minors. Locals have started calling him the Kharkiv Kid Finder for his seemingly supernatural ability to find young boys who don't have anybody protecting them. The screenshot, which purports to be from the official CNN account, includes a selfie of the male who's identified as Ivan Kuchinsky and suggests he's been traveling. Locals have started. However, CNN told Reuters that the screenshot and tweet were fake. Reuters was unable to find any evidence that such a tweet was posted for the official CNN social media accounts. The picture appears to be of Vaush, real name Ian Kuchinsky, an American YouTuber streamer who debates current affairs. There's no evidence based on his streams that Kuchinsky is in Kharkiv. That's fucking awesome. Oh, that's dope, dude.
Oh no, chat. I hit my...
Oh, that's so
rot.
dope.
It
That's
was
so
nice knowing you
hilarious.
all.
Wait, what? What the fuck just happened? What happened? Your account has been locked because of Twitter received a complaint of DMCA. Notice the content posted on your Twitter account. Here's how to unlock your... If you believe the materials posted were Wait, someone just locked my Twitter account. What the fuck? Wait, what was locked though? What was DMCA'd? I wonder what it was. It was probably the GameCube thing.
Has baited.
Oh my god. Was it the Nintendo GameCube thing? No shot. No, it wasn't. It's still here. No, that's still here. They never tell you? It might be a fake email. Be careful. No, it's not a fake email. It wasn't even an email. It was like... It was straight up, my Twitter just got locked on Twitter. Twitter support.
It's fake, bro.
Oh, what was it? Copy to the bottom of this. Wait. A video uploaded with a tweet. Just found out Adam Friedland from the viral High Hopes video is actually a secret Bernie supporter. So let's show him what a real booty head looks like. And the rights owner is the media has been disabled in response to the copyright owner. What the fuck? This is the media, I think. But
his court has high.
I think it's the High Hope shit. This was the tweet. Just found out that Adam Friedland from the viral High Hopes video is actually a secret Bernie supporter. Let's show him what a real booty head looks like. What? From 2019? Yeah, you can get DMCA on a tweet. What the fuck? But I don't know what it was. I don't know what the fucking video was about.
Yo, band.video is playing live 24/7 on ttv/band.video. Pretty cool.
But I don't remember what was the contents. People really be digging, huh? Music DMCAs from years ago are pretty common because they have bots going through. Yeah. How shit like this happen to me? I nuke old tweets every so often. Yeah.
Howdy, Hassie.
Just delete the tweet at this point? Fuck no, dude. I'm keeping it up, baby. Yeah, my Twitter is unlocked now, I think. Pretty sure. Right? You can probably see my tweet, right? Never deleting that.
Brain on the mend.
Okay, I'm tweeting. Is my Twitter still locked? Boom. I just tweeted. Also, be sure to fucking ring the bell to get my noties on Twitter, okay? Was it this? I don't think so. All over America are learning in the new dab. I don't know what the other one was. I don't know what it was. I don't think that was that, though. The noties are bad. You two way too much, mate. No, I don't, and it's fire too. Every time I tweet, it's fucking fuego. So anyway, that was weird as fuck that happened. All right, let's go, Brandon, dude. I haven't been able to fucking finish this goddamn video because we keep getting sidetracked.
Vice President Harris is going to be traveling to meet with our allies in Poland and Romania later this week as well. I've made it clear the United States will share in the responsibility of caring for the refugees so the costs do not fall entirely on the European countries bordering Ukraine. And yesterday I spoke with my counterparts in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom about Russia's escalating violence against Ukraine and the steps that we're going to take together with our allies and partners around the world to respond to this aggression. We are enforcing the most significant package of economic sanctions in history, and it's causing significant damage to Russia's economy. It has caused Russian economy to, frankly, crater. The Russian ruble is now down to 50%, by 50% since Putin's announced his war. 1 ruble is now worth less than 1 American penny. 1 ruble is less than 1 American penny. And preventing Russia's central bank from propping up the ruble and to keep its value up. They're not going to be able to do that now. We cut Russia's largest banks from the international financial system, and it has crippled their ability to do business with the rest of the world. In addition, we're choking off Russia's access to technology, like semiconductors that are...
Bro, he looks like he fucking went ham on a hot dog, okay? And went hambo on the fucking mustard. He just went... on a hot dog, and he's just got fucking mustard stains all over his face, bro. It's a Ukrainian color flag face. What the hell? Yeah, he put yellow paint on his face specifically to show his support for the Mac attack, baby. He's the glizzy gladiator. He's the true glizzy gladiator, boys.
And sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Major companies are pulling out of Russia entirely without even being asked, not by us. Over the weekend, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, they all suspended their services in Russia, all of them. You
think Brando fucks? Dude, of course, dude. I don't think Brandon fucks anymore, but if you think Brandon didn't fuck, I don't know what to tell you. Brando definitely fucks.
List of American and global companies from Ford to Nike to Apple, they've suspended their operations in Russia.
Republican Joe Brandon isn't even sanctioning Russian oil. Biden is increasing oil prices, pivot, any percentage speed run. Oh yeah, no. He's about to withstand a fucking, he is going to get ass blasted by the Republicans now immediately and be like, every Republican that said, we stand in solidarity with our Ukrainian partners, we love them, we need to fucking end the Russians immediately, we need to keep giving them Javelin missiles, are going to fucking turn around and be like, my gas prices, my gas prices are too high, how could Brandon do this? It's like, well, what did you think was going to happen? Of course, You know, take a fucking haircut, dog. You have to. If you want to fucking stop, if you want to fight against Russia, like you gotta take. I can't even talk. You gotta make some sacrifices.
The U.S. Stock Exchange has halted trading of many Russian securities. And the private sector is united against Russia's vicious war of choice. The U.S. Department of Justice has assembled a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. And we're joining with...
Yeah, a fun thing to remember as gas prices soar to historical highs is that the
Thankful
Russian
for
oil
this
historically
oasis of
only accounts for
sanity.
anywhere between 3 to 5% of oil imports, and it isn't even embargoed yet, because that would have absolutely fucking... Like, when the Shell Corporation went and purchased crude oil from Russia in the middle of, like, the embargo talks, in the middle of, like, the sanction talks, that made up for 8%, okay? Literally just 8%. And would they be able to turn around and, I don't know, maybe take a fucking price cut on their corporate margins, on their profit margins? Shell has announced the intent to withdraw from Russian oil gas aligned with new government guidance. As an immediate first step, we will stop all purchases of Russian crude oil, shut service station of aviation fuel, and lubricant operations in Russia. So they stopped now.
Hassle.
But yesterday, they literally were like, we have to get the 8%. Like, we have to. Because otherwise, prices are going to increase. But why are prices increasing in this situation? Because you don't want to make up for it. You literally cannot take a fucking haircut. These multinational corporations that are supposedly so fucking woke, you know what I mean? They're so great. They can't even fucking accept somewhat of a fucking haircut. Çocukları manipüle etmeyi bıraksam mı acaba? What? Oh God, I have some fucking disgusting Turkish trolls in here too now. What is your thoughts on the Russian export bans that are incoming? Their export
5
of
months.
non-oil, etc. is
I
pretty
feel they're
sizable.
upsetting you.
Palladium, etc. Russia to restrict some raw material exports, but omits details. Order is vague on the details. Products still to be defined. List of countries affected to be prepared in 2 days. Oh, shit. Now Russia is going to be like, yeah, no fucking commodities for you. President Volodymyr Putin signed on the order to ban and restrict goods, but said those items will need to be defined by cabinet, according to the document posted on Tuesday. Kremlin instructed the government to prepare a list of countries and the restrictions will apply to in 2 days. Good tweet thread on the oil market. It would be dysfunctional to promote domestic oil gas production. Production is at the level chosen by the industry based on market forces. If that's causing harm, we shouldn't subsidize it. We should admit private oil and gas markets are a failure and nationalize them. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh, what a sexy fucking take from Max Kennerly. What the fuck? Faced with partisan disagreement about whether we should crush Russia by promoting domestic oil gas production or by promoting non-fossil energy, it would be very dysfunctional to settle on neither rather than both. What? Bear in mind, domestic oil and gas prices bear no relation to domestic supply and demand. The U.S. does not have a shortage of oil or gas. We have a huge excess of natural gas that we export. We have a bit of an oil oversupply compared to 2014, which is winding down. Instead, we have a system in which private oil and gas companies can, for profit, drill on public lands, shift international price movements to the United States consumers, and then transfer wealth upwards via dividends and stock buybacks instead of investing in production. Neat trick, huh? Oil nations prodded by Trump reach deal to slash production. For the record, this is what I've been talking about over and over again. The idea that like oil prices are going to increase as a consequence of the production is still a capitalist, is still absolutely a capitalist invention, okay? It's just how the world works. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just simply telling you how it works. OPEC is setting the prices. America wants OPEC to supply more, but OPEC plus countries, including Russia, are like, well, why the fuck would we supply more when we can, get $100 plus per barrel? Okay? Now, we are also oil producers as well, obviously. But when I say we, I mean American corporations based out of the United States of America. They get 85% of the energy production subsidies currently as it stands to their fossil fuel industry extraction methods, okay? Those are the corporations that then go along with OPEC.
12-month spog. Merch finally
Okay.
arrived to Pogger.
Fear is playing out in the stock market as the war rekindled. Inflation concerns and clouded the outlook for corporate profits. The S&P 500 energy sector has been one of the few bright spots, continuing its reign on the top performing group in the index, up 35% in 2022. Oil and gas companies like ExxonMobil, Chevron, and ConocoPhillips have posted double-digit gains in this year, benefiting from a rise in oil prices. So the rise in oil prices help out the OPEC Plus nations, including Russia. The rise in the oil prices help out Chevron and ExxonMobil, and they help out the oil corporations. So, so remember that. Whenever we talk about war, you have to understand that if we are engaging in economic warfare against Russia, okay? If this is real war, but it's not like, hot war, but it's actually more so a cold war, okay? And we are currently engaging in this kind of war, okay? What you have to understand is that there are methods, but the United States, the U.S. government is never going to behave like a wartime government, like it once did during World War II. Okay, we are not commanding our companies that benefit greatly from our public lands and our natural resources and our tax dollars subsidizing these corporations to actually fucking take a pay cut. So remember that whenever we have a conversation about, oil prices, gas prices, like, oh, let's go branded. Okay? Numerous politicians bought energy plays before their run-ups and general discussions on banning Russian oil. Ooh, unusual whales with a fucking nice take. Many are on committees privy to private information, including defense and energy. Many had not purchased energy plays before. Marjorie Taylor Greene bought American oil stocks, war stocks, and renewable energy stocks one day before the invasion, also tweeting, "War and rumors of war are incredibly profitable and convenient." Remember when Kelly Loeffler did that? And the other guy also? It would be so sick if we could just fucking throw them in jail. All I'm saying is it would be fucking sick. It would be awesome if we could just fucking jail them, dude. Why? It'd be so fucking tight, dude. It would make me feel so happy. Robert Whitman bought energy ETF on January 28th. Mark Green, who frequently invests in energy stocks, recently bought up to 1 million. Virginia Fox bought PAA, PPL, PSX February 15th. Energy stocks, which was reported today. These trades are unusual as many had not purchased energy before. Let's get this straight. An NFL player loses $11 million salary for betting $1,500 on a game. Meanwhile, politicians are making multiple trades on private information, expecting a rally. This is inexcusable. God, they're so good. War is good for business, baby. They're fucking, all these people. They're making a fucking killing, baby. They are. Same with the fucking oil guys, okay? Same with the oil barons. Instead, we have a system in which private oil gas companies can, for profit, drill on public lands. We already talked about this. Chevron doubles buyback as spending cap helps lift cash flow. On March 1st, Exxon is cutting even more costs. Investor Day comes right after the decision to exit Russia. New savings goal could fund 60% of the oil giant's large dividend. Biden is not limiting domestic oil production. It's at 2019 levels because U.S. companies don't want to invest in production. They want to give profits to the shareholders. This is some big secret or conspiracy theory. It's what shale oil companies have been saying publicly. On top of that, the oil markets themselves... What the fuck? The oil markets themselves are suggesting to companies that current prices are temporary. Oil futures are back war dated. Oil's cheaper the farther out in time you go. A barrel from a year from now is 20% cheaper than one today. People suggesting promote domestic oil and gas production presume it's limited by the government. It's not. Production is where our highly profitable market wants it. Don't like that? Then why would you throw more money at it, rewarding all this and making its incentives even worse? If you want controllable oil and gas production that responds to the U.S. policy and economic needs rather than short-term profits, fine, nationalize production and control it. If you want off this murderer-funding, world-destroying fossil fuel merry-go-round, then go green. The end. This is a really fucking cool Twitter thread by this man, Max Kennerly, who's a trial lawyer by day and Cookie Monster by night, apparently. My Chatterino is disconnecting over and over again. That's annoying. Okay. So the only way to stop capitalism is with communism? I'd rather have capitalism, PepeLa. No, yeah, that's... Okay, we will be watching John Oliver's sex work soon. Okay, I gotta pee. I gotta fucking eat my chickens. Okay, I'll be back.
With our European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets, and all their ill-begotten gains to make sure that they share in the pain of Putin's war. These, by the way, are giant yachts. You've put some of them in your press. I mean, some of them are, I think I read one was over 400 feet long. I mean, this is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The decision today is not without cost here at home. Putin's war is already hurting American families at the gas pump. Since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, just since then, the price of the gas at the pump in America went up 75 cents. And with this action, it's going to go up further. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. In coordination with our partners, we've already announced that we're releasing 60 million barrels of oil from our joint oil reserves. Half of that, 30 million, is coming from the United States. And we're taking steps to ensure the reliable supply of global energy. We're also going to keep working with every tool at our disposal to protect American families and businesses. Now, let me say this. To the oil and gas companies and to the finance firms that back them, we understand Putin's war against the people of Ukraine is causing prices to rise. We get that. That's self-evident. But, it's no excuse to exercise excessive price increases or padding profits or any kind of effort to exploit this situation or American consumers, exploit them. Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging. I want to be clear about what we'll not tolerate, but I also want to acknowledge those firms and oil and gas industries that are pulling out of Russia and joining other businesses that are leading by example. This is a time when we have to do our part and make sure we're not taking advantage. Look, let me be clear about two other points. First, it's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production. That's simply not true. Even amid the pandemic, companies in the United States pumped more oil during my first year in office than they did during my predecessor's first year. We're approaching a record levels of oil and gas production in the United States, and we're on track to set a record of oil production next year. In the United States, 90% of onshore oil production takes place on land that isn't owned by the federal government. And of the remaining 10% that occurs on federal land, the oil and gas industry has millions of acres leased. They have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year. They have 9,000 to drill onshore that are already approved. So let me be clear. They are not using them for production now. That's their decision. These are the facts. We should be honest about the facts. Second, this crisis is a stark reminder to protect our economy over the long term, we need to become energy independent. I've had numerous conversations over the last 3 months with our European friends of how they have to wean themselves off of Russian oil. It's just not tenable. It should motivate us to accelerate the transition to clean energy.
Putin should probably
This is a perspective that our European allies share, and the future where together we can achieve greater independence.
I want to mention one more time that I have always and will continue to always be an advocate for nationalizing our extraction industries. I think that it is the smart thing to do. I think it's what we should have always done. We should have been doing it since day one, okay? And, yeah, it's a great idea. We should do it yesterday, okay? You know, it's just the smart thing to do. It'd be fucking sick. You know? Obviously, it's never going to happen. The only thing that's going to happen is nationalization at the top of the hour ad break, which you can avoid, of course, with a fucking Twitch Prime for free. Twitch Prime is free as long as you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or with a $5 subscription. Or if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. But that's pretty much it, okay? That's it. I'm going to watch the sex work video from John Oliver. Don't worry. Okay. On rising Ryan Grimace, Ilhan Omar, if the U.S. should buy Venezuela and Iran and all if she supports normal relations with those countries.
Remember to
Ooh, that's cool. Anyway, here's the top of the hour, 1 minute ad break now. Let's finish the Brandon and we'll get to that.
Loosening environmental regulations or pulling back clean energy investment won't, let me explain, will not lower energy prices for families. But transforming our economy to run on electric vehicles powered by clean energy with tax credits to help American families winterize their homes and use less energy, that will help. And if we do what we can, it will mean that no one has to worry about the price of the gas pump in the future. That'll mean tyrants like Putin won't be able to use fossil fuels as weapons against other nations. And it will make America a world leader, manufacturing and exporting clean energy technologies of the future to countries all around the world. This is the goal we should be racing toward. Over the last 2 weeks, the Ukrainian people have inspired the world, and I mean that in a literal sense. They've inspired the world with their bravery, their patriotism, their defiant determination to live free. Putin's war has caused enormous suffering and needless loss of life of women, children, everyone in Ukraine. Both Ukraine and, I might add, Russians. Ukrainian leaders, as well as leaders around the world, have repeatedly called for a ceasefire, for humanitarian relief, for real diplomacy. But Putin seems determined to continue on his murderous path, no matter the cost.
With the ABC News exclusive, our interview with President Zelenskyy of Ukraine.
Russia, sorry, I just had to do something. 1 second. It's for a super secret thing that I had to send a message. I already watched the wrongfully convicted John Oliver one. You didn't tell me you hired HasanAbi Productions to edit? What? Sexy Johnny Harris? There's no way that's actually the fucking video. There's no way that that is the fucking... Are you kidding me? They did not title that video that way. What the fuck? Bro, why are they... What is this, dude? Are you crazy? What is happening right now? Sexy Johnny Harris video gets most things correct? What is going on my fucking YouTube editing? He doesn't know. No, of course I don't know. I have no control over it. I do not control anything. I don't control anything, but like they usually aren't crazy. They don't do that. What the fuck? My editors do what the fuck they want. I mean, that is true. I mean, I guess the... That'll get you clicks, my boy. Editors unhinged, living their best life. Yeah, they're just fucking going crazy, dude. What is happening? Daily dose of HasanAbi edited it.
I just
you stream all day. When do you have time to go into Adobe Premiere? I don't. I just let them go fucking crazy. I let them go crazy. They do whatever the fuck they want. Okay. Are you done with socialism now? Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, dude, socialism is over, bro. Yeah. When was I ever beginning with socialism? I've always been a fucking I love capitalism. Victoria Nuland confirmed biolabs in Ukraine, but obviously not confirmation that they were bioweapon labs. U.S. is working with Ukraine to prevent biological research and facilities from falling into the hands of Russians. What is this?
Ukraine has biological research facilities, which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of. So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach.
Oh God, it's Victoria Nuland. That's Victoria Nuland's fucking. That's Victoria Nuland's song, baby. Okay, it doesn't matter. Again, like I said, if they have biological labs, the idea that they're fucking bioweapons is a silly one. Like we talked about how the bioweapon shit in Chinese labs is a silly one too. Do you unplug your little drink fridge at night or no? I just bought one and I don't know if I should or not. No, I don't unplug it. Your style is starting to rub off on other people. Big thanks to Hasan Piker for teaching me how to dress cool. Wait, what the fuck? 5,000 likes? Fuck, it is posted well enough for Hasan the Hun to go on Real Thought Cops? What is this? Kevin Padias and Grant Mooney are cleaning up the mean streets? Wait, who sent this to me?
No labor alienation has raided HasanAbi.
Dude, what the fuck? Yo, how come if I dress like this, everybody makes fun of me, but when he dresses like this, people are like, oh, that's sick, dude. 5,000 likes. That's crazy.
Okay, weird, the resub only worked outside your channel page. Oh well, happy to be here as hi.
You're literally dressed like that? No, I'm not. Okay, there's some stuff that I wouldn't agree with, like the beanie. The t-shirt is fucking sick, though. I have that t-shirt. One of you guys sent it to me. Good jewelry. Pants are cool, you know. Maybe a little too tight, but they're cool regardless. I don't know if I would go with the pink-purple coalition with the black. But, you know, it's because you look cool and he looks stupid. What do you mean? When his shit wasn't even thrifty either. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to fucking shit on this guy. He's doing great. Hates the environment. Capitalism is keeping the mini fridge plugged in overnight. Yeah. No, you're right. What you're supposed to do is
lmao.
What you're supposed to do is if you hate if you hate capitalism, you're supposed to not use electricity. Famously, electricity, the you know, invention.
It's my 1-year anniversary.
Okay, well, you know, it is what it is. Okay, let's continue.
His plea for help tonight from the U.S. and NATO. What?
ABC News is talking to Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Second vid, 028. Okay, there's a little.
He says he needs there. Most right now, and it comes amid a worsening scene across much of Ukraine these last 24 hours. Civilians coming under attack while trying to flee to safety. President Zelenskyy saying Kyiv and other cities are being bombarded. Tonight, those civilians under fire as they flee the violence, and we warn you, these images are difficult. A mortar shell exploding along the escape route from the city of Irpin at 16 miles northwest of Kyiv. Stunned people watching, then rushing across the street to help the injured. But not everyone could be saved. 8 people were killed, including at least 3 members of the same family. The U.S. Secretary of State has said the U.S. is investigating credible reports civilians have been targeted by the Russians. If so, he said, they would be war crimes. And then the sound of shelling along that same route. People.
We watched this interview yesterday, actually, so I'm gonna skip this. Sorry to bother you. CNN obtains audio of Russians calling Ukrainian hotline. What the fuck?
Алло, здрасте.
Wait, on the third one, 338 on this video is censored.
Можно знать, да, человек жив или нет?
Hello?
Здравствуйте.
Do you have any information about my husband?
Нет информации о моем муже. Извините за беспокойство,
Sorry to bother you. I'm calling in regards to my brother.
по поводу брата.
These are the voices of Russians, parents, wives, siblings, desperately searching for answers.
Let's go.
Calling to find information, anything, on Russian soldiers they've lost contact with who are fighting in Ukraine, who may be wounded, captured, or even killed.
Он выходил с вами на связь. 23-го, когда пересекал границу. И все. Он сказал вам, куда он едет? Сказал, что в сторону Киева.
You wish this video was about the US and these were Americans crying for help? You need to be censored? You okay, dude? I mean, obviously not. You're like fucking... You've made a... Literally made a fucking sock account created 1 hour ago to say I'm a terrorist, and you probably want them to get that to use against the US. You should dress with a turban next. Like, your life is so sad, man. Please just fucking get out of that really dark place that you're in, okay?
It's my 14-month anniversary. Can I get a welcome to
This Russian wife, like many others, has turned to an unlikely source for help: the Ukrainians. In a Ukrainian government building, Christina, which is her alias, is in charge of a hotline called Come Back from Ukraine Alive, which Ukraine's Interior Ministry says has gotten over 6,000 calls. Christina asked that we don't show her face. Your country is being invaded, but you also feel the need to help these Russian families. Why?
А мы со своей стороны, во-первых, поможем найти тех родственников, которые оказались обманутыми и оказались в нашей стране, даже не зная о том, куда они едут и зачем они едут. И, во-вторых, мы поможем, ну, по большому счету, поможем.
We have to run that back. I'm sorry.
И оказались в нашей стране. Во-первых, поможем найти тех родственников, которые оказались обманутыми и оказались в нашей стране, даже не зная о том, куда они едут и зачем они едут.
And secondly, we will help to stop the war in general.
Ну, по большому счету, поможем остановить войну.
In Russia, they don't know what's actually going on in Ukraine. So the second goal of this hotline is to deliver the truth.
The Russian relatives who have called this hotline say they haven't heard from their soldiers since the invasion. The hotline, which Russian families have found on social media or through word of mouth, gave CNN exclusive recordings of a number of the calls.
It's kind of fucked up that they like leaked this to CNN, by the way. Anyway, but hey, I feel a little strange listening to fucking, you know, wives and mothers of fucking
and still
Russian soldiers that are dying, you know? This is not our fault. Please understand that they were forced. Yes, I understand. I also want this to end. I want everyone to live in peace.
What are some of the...
That's super fake. Everyone in Russia knows what's happening in Ukraine. Yeah, everyone in Russia knows what's happening in Ukraine. I think they mean like originally they didn't. They didn't really. They were led to go and invade Ukraine under false pretenses. But they're talking about, like, you know, people that don't want this to happen. Why would you fucking want this to happen, dude? Like, I don't want any of my fucking immediate family members to go to war, no matter what they fucking, no matter what the government thinks is like justifiable and good. You know, that's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Calls that stick out to you that you remember the most?
Звонил отец.
Father called.
It's okay.
Он говорит,
наших
детей используют как пушечное мясо. Политики, большие люди играют в свои игры, решают свои вопросы, а наши дети должны умирать.
We can read, dude. Yeah, I know, dude. It's not for you, dumb bitch. It's for all the people who are listening, okay? It's like additional accessibility. Can you fucking not be a selfish asshat for like 3.5 seconds? There's some people who are literally not fucking able to watch this at work or whatever the fuck. There's a lot of people who treat this broadcast as a fucking podcast. Why are you... Like, why do you think you can backseat this shit, dude? I'm doing it to 48,000 people, and motherfuckers still are like, we can read. Okay, good, you got it.
These are the notes from one of the calls, and in fact, this call came from the United States, the relative of a young Russian soldier trying to find him. She told the Ukrainians that his parents are no longer alive, that the grandmother in Russia is quite sick. We have his birthday. He's just 23 years old, and he was last known to be in Crimea right before the invasion. Now, the Ukrainians don't have any information on him, but if they do find him or get some information, they can then call his aunt back in the United States. Data from the hotline shows thousands of calls, not just from all across Russia, but also from Europe and the United States. Hello, is this Marat?
Yes, it is.
We got through to 3 relatives in the United States of Russian soldiers believed to be in Ukraine who called the hotline, including a relative in Virginia of one who also found the soldier's ID and photos on a channel of the social media app Telegram, also dedicated to finding the whereabouts of Russian soldiers.
We do realize that all the signs are pointing to that is most likely he was killed in action. But we're trying to locate information. Where's the body? It could be potentially found. Maybe, hopefully, he's alive.
Is the Russian Ministry of Defense telling anything to the family?
Family is trying to not get contacted by anybody just because everyone is so scared in Russia.
I'm doing choices.
Everyone is scared to talk. Everyone is afraid of law enforcement agencies tracking them and so forth.
Marina told us her cousin's parents have had no contact with him, no information on whereabouts or on his condition. Are they being told anything?
No, they called, like they tried to find him, but like no one is answer.
Is that why you called this Ukrainian hotline?
Yeah, that's why I tried to call, yes.
Did you get any information?
Nope, nothing. I was,
After successfully avoiding COVID for 2 years, I finally tested positive today. Smile, pray for me, chat.
He's still alive.
The vast majority of the calls do not result in immediate information for the families. Back in Kyiv, Christina makes clear that the call center isn't just designed to offer answers, but to galvanize Russians against the war.
Чем на более широкую аудиторию мы сможем распространить правдивую информацию об Украине, тем больше людей будут выходить с протестами и с требованиями остановить кровопролитие.
Sympathy for families, but also one more way to try to undermine the Russian war effort as Ukraine fights for its very existence. Alex Marquardt, CNN, Kyiv.
The number of international fighters helping Ukraine is growing by the day, and the Ukrainian government says that more than 16,000 total now foreign fighters have arrived in the country. In just the last few days, we have met several Americans who say they are, too, planning to help Ukrainian forces. In fact, they are over the border as we speak. They told us they could just not sit back and watch.
We landed in Warsaw and saw them immediately. 3 Americans headed for Ukraine. Ready to die, they say, in a fight for survival against the Russians.
And what's the plan?
The plan to help to save the lives of Ukrainian people.
Andriy Penchek is a licensed truck driver who was born in Ukraine, but he launched this particular mission from Bucks County, Pennsylvania. And while we read in his local paper that he's never been in a battle and used personal savings to pay for his tickets, he told us the hardest part was leaving behind his 3 young children.
I didn't say goodbye. I said, see you.
You said see you later?
Yeah.
While U.S. soldiers are staying out of Ukraine, everyday Americans like this are not specifically restricted from going in, says acting U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Christina Kaveen.
What does the American government say to Americans who are volunteering for combat in Ukraine?
We encourage all Americans not to travel to Ukraine right now, and those Americans who are in Ukraine to leave Ukraine because it is not safe.
Closer to the border, however, we caught up with bipartisan leaders of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Congressman Gregory Meeks and Michael McCaul, who had just seen the war's human toll up close.
How do each of you feel about our fellow countrymen joining the fight there?
I think that what they see and what people around the world seeing is democracy's at stake. And as you know, President Zelenskyy said to us, this is not just a fight for Ukrainian people. This is a fight for all of us. It's just starting here.
Ukrainians have inspired the world, and these freedom fighters, I call them.
But on Thursday, Russia's military warned foreign fighters they'd be treated as mercenaries, not as protected combatants under international law.
Oh,
as far
shit.
as I see, civilians are not.
Oh, Jesus, fuck. They're going to literally ass fuck them. Oh, my God. Bro, can you imagine fucking... Can you imagine being a fucking, like, yee boy here in America and you're like, I'm gonna go defend Ukraine, brother? Oh, Jesus. I mean, they'll probably die regardless, but it's still...
Protected by humanitarian law, so I don't take much credence to anything they say.
We spotted Christopher Callis in full body armor walking toward the checkpoint into Ukraine. Before the war, this trained pastry chef with no military experience had been splitting his time between the New York culinary scene and Ukraine. But after evacuating his Ukrainian wife and baby to safety in Portugal, he decided to go back. Not to fight, he says, but to help others.
So you're Ukrainian by marriage, but on paper you're an American about to enter Ukraine to join the war effort.
Yes.
Are you worried?
I am absolutely worried, yes. But I'm more worried for the people there who are not able to leave.
Is this something you're prepared to die for?
Yes. I want my child to have a Ukraine to go back to when she's grown up.
So we lost contact with Chris for a couple of days, but we did hear from him this morning. No pictures, but he said he's in, quote, deep. As for Andries, his group, we did get a picture from them. They are over the border. Take a look at it there. There's a sign with Ukraine on it. And we also noticed there on their car, they brought the American flag with them, still representing. Welcome back to CBS Morning.
Dude, these guys are fucking insane, man. Actually, like...
We baby.
Can you tell people they should go fight if they're warmongering so these people are doing what you told them to do? I mean, dude, they are, but also still not the smart thing to do. Also, imagine thinking some fucking guy who, like, hates me is, like, watching and he's like, you know what, that boy, I fucking hate him because he's an Islamo-fascist terrorist supporter who loves 9/11, wants 9/11 to happen every day. But he's got a good point. I'm going to go to Ukraine now. I'm going to go to the Ukraine, brother. Yeah.
Here at 7:30, we are live from the Ukraine-Poland border crossing where the scenes of desperation still unfolding behind me could not be stopped by many months of diplomacy. The question is, will sanctions help? New financial sanctions targeting Russia's billionaire oligarchs will be discussed by European officials later today. That's according to the Reuters news agency. Of course, Russian-owned luxury yachts and jets and property are already targets of several Western nations, including the U.S. Britain has sanctioned a dozen of Russia's billionaires so far, sanctioned them directly, and its parliament is now considering new laws that would make it harder for those oligarchs to spend their money there. MTS Iab is in London with that story. MTS, people are looking for anything to stop this. Good morning.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tony. Good morning. Well, this economic crime bill is really aimed at preventing wealthy Russians from either hiding or laundering their money here in the UK. But the concern is that it's really too little, too late. London has long been a playground for the wildly rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Corrupt
But
Russian
Prime Minister
assets
Boris Johnson says the days of dirty
UK,
money are over.
That means oligarchs in London will have nowhere to hide.
Oligarchs, Russian industry titans with ties like tentacles to the Kremlin, are being targeted in tough new economic sanctions by UK lawmakers.
We will continue working through our hit list of oligarchs, focusing on their houses, their yachts, and every aspect of their lives.
But that hit list doesn't include Britain's most famous oligarch, Roman Abramovich, who's known President Putin for decades. Worth an estimated $12 billion, he owns the London soccer club Chelsea. Just last week, Abramovich put the club up for sale with a reported $2.5 billion price tag, promising to donate proceeds to victims of the war in Ukraine. But it's in property where most oligarchs store their cash.
The UK has laundered the world's dirty money for decades.
Rachel Davies is with the anti-corruption watchdog Transparency International.
We've found £1.5 billion worth of UK property that's owned by Russians who are either connected to corruption or have close ties to the Kremlin. Now, this is almost certainly just the tip of the iceberg.
This is Britain's second largest home, second only to Buckingham Palace, valued at over $400 million. It's been linked to billionaire Andrei Guriev. A New Yorker magazine investigation found it was purchased by a shell company in the British Virgin Islands. Guriev was in a meeting with Putin just days after Russia invaded Ukraine.
That's crazy, man. Dude, I'm telling you, they could absolutely expropriate. Do it.
Mikhail Friedman, who owns this multi-million-dollar London mansion, has already been sanctioned. The Russian oligarch warns sanctions won't stop Putin.
Imposing sanctions against us here just create enormous pressure for us personally, but we do not have any impact for political decision at all.
This will be about hurting Putin.
Still, the economic crime bill, which closes loopholes like the use of shell companies as a way to launder cash, is designed to put more pressure on those with close ties to Vladimir Putin and those who make it easy for them.
Here in London, we have an army of professionals, lawyers, bankers, accountants, estate agents.
So sick.
Many of them are acting with integrity, but unfortunately, a lot of them are either willfully engaging with corrupt individuals or turning a blind eye while they help them launder their money.
Now, as the war in Ukraine continues to sort of rage on, this battle to find and freeze Russian assets is really just getting started. But here's the thing, even with these new laws, the concern is that Russian oligarchs will still find ways to shield their assets from scrutiny. Tony.
Imtiaz Tayyab for us in London. Imtiaz, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Wow.
We covered this yesterday. Dude, Vox.com. Volodymyr Zelenskyy explained in 8 moments. This is going to be some real good lib shit. Okay, and then we'll talk about drone warfare.
Putin Putas.
I love this. Okay, let's hear it. Playing a piano with his dick.
Zelenskyy was, in Ukraine, easily the best recognizable comedian and the most successful.
I literally did not want to show this video. I knew it existed. I've seen it. And I did not want to show this video on purpose. Because of how embarrassing that is. And yet, Vox was just like, that's how we're going to open the fucking... That's how we're going to open our video.
Successful one, and the project that was like his flagship thing was a regular comedy show. It was not what you would call highbrow humor.
There was quite a lot of kind of a primitive humor, I would say, and quite a lot of sophisticated making fun of politics.
He would just do these really funny and clever takedowns of Ukrainian politicians, Russian politicians, you know, because it was in many ways a shared cultural and political space.
Понятно, а выбирать-то не из двух пи***расов.
Wow, what a fascist for saying that Ukrainians and Russians have shared cultural and political values. Wow, real blood and soil from Vox, sweaty. Oh, wait, I forgot. They're liberal, so when they say it, it's like different. Got it.
И так 25 лет подряд.
When I say it, I'm a Nazi and love Putin.
Ты знаешь, что интересно? В этот раз ничего не поменяется. Знаешь почему? Потому что ты, мой батя, я, мы снова выберем пи***аса. Да потому что да.
Servant of the People is a good show. It's really fun.
He's not saying assholes. He's saying the F word, right? The gay F word.
It's about a history teacher who's sort of thrust into the presidency because of a video of him that goes viral.
This is
Wait. What's your take on Crimea again? Fucking, you know what my take on Crimea is.
your ultimate, like a regular person suddenly gets all the power in the country, and his heart is in the right place, but everything is against him. There's corruption everywhere, and he just wants to change the country.
He almost like showed on the screen what kind of president he would be, and then I think that was his basically campaign manifesto.
This person? Oh no, there was not just this person. There's like 3 other people that immediately were like, "What about Crimea?" Because they believe in the sovereignty of Ukrainian territorial defense more than the wishes and the interests and well-being of people living in Crimea. These are the fucking bloodthirsty dogs that probably also defended cutting off the water of Crimea, because you know the crime of wanting to fucking join Russia or being happy about the annexation. Remember, there's good and bad, right? It's the good guys. It's not a complicated process. There's no historical importance. The referendum was a sham, yeah. It's actually Russian propaganda. The referendum is not the only thing I mention all the time about Crimea. I've talked about it so many times. Russia's current actions are fucking unjustifiable, horrific, violent. We already know that. Ridiculous to assume that like the only reason why Crimea is a part of Russia now, the only reason why Crimea is a part of Russia now is because of that referendum. Yeah, that's the only time. They've never mentioned that they are interested in becoming a part of Russia before or after, or continue to say that they were happy about the annexation. Like literally, they just have never said that. Obviously, it was just that one referendum at gunpoint at the annexation. It's totally. I will refuse. I will refuse to see any other information on this process and the thousands and thousands of pages from fucking numerous polls that have been conducted that show the exact same thing. Or even look at the Western media that has actually routinely fucking brought up that Crimeans are happy being a part of Russia, and that it is still kind of fucked up that Ukraine decided to shut off their water. Anyway, that is entirely different than what is going on currently. But you don't care. You don't care about people's right to self-determination. You don't care about people's interests. All you care about personally is fucking winning an argument in your mind. Okay? You want people that are happy being a part of Russia to be a part of Ukraine and be unhappy. It's so stupid.
Старые политики живут простым очень принципом. Ни у кого ничего не спросили, многое пообещали, ничего не сделали. Я поступлю по-другому.
He's basically asking to people to submit their 5 main problems that they see in.
See, even Faustini the fucking greatest is here. I'm a lib, and the real reason we bring up Crimea is because he broke the rules, and we love rules. See? Even fucking Mr. I can't take NATO's dick out of my mouth is literally fucking saying what is the actual reality here. It is. They broke the rules. They're not supposed to do that. They're not. Even he's fucking admitting it. Okay? That's the only reason why you would ever bring up Crimea. Or because you're a fucking dumbass who doesn't have any nuance in your fucking brain, and the only thing you know is to repeat whatever the fuck you heard from Vox.com videos that you watched or YouTubers that you watched who fed you this information so you can fucking turn around and basically fucking repeat it over and over again. That's it. It's totally 1,000,000% the only reason why you bring it up. I've even given you better arguments about the Crimean Tatars, for example. That would have been a better fucking argument for you to make, you know, harp on the indigenous rights of a territory. But you don't know that. You don't even know that that is like indigenous. There are indigenous Tatars living in Crimea or were living in Crimea but got pushed out. You don't know that they also, in an effort to liberate themselves from the USSR, as a matter of fact, just like the rest of Ukraine, tried to collaborate with the Nazis. You don't know any of that. Because you don't know the history. Because you don't know that Crimea ultimately belongs to the fucking Turks. You are just a dumbass Westoid Angloid idiot who heard a couple things about Crimea, and you are now repeating them in my chat over and over again because you just care about winning arguments. Okay? That's it. Anyway, let's continue. Dumbasses.
Ukraine. You could call it like crowdsourced political program.
His whole campaign was a number of videos like that, where instead of doing a professional video, which he easily could have done, he was doing this little selfie clips. It worked really well for his image of non-traditional anti-establishment guy.
He was...
Funny that the show he was a part of was bothered being corrupt, while Zelenskyy and the producer of his show, financier of his party, were both in the Pandora Papers. Vox won't mention that, though. Yeah, of course he's fucking corrupt, dude. This idea that... I'm sorry, I laugh at the fucking notion of... Holy shit, what a deranged tweet. The rightward swing in Ukraine is going to take post-war, is going to be insane. Wait, I do agree. That's not a deranged tweet at all. This is a fucking completely adequate and accurate tweet. Oh, you mean the actual tweet that it's quoting. Unmuted International Women's Day in Lviv. We don't want to celebrate the Soviet holiday, these students told me as they make camouflage nets for the front. Yeah, good job, guys. They're right, by the way. The OG tweet, they are right. International Women's Day is a Soviet holiday. Incredible that now fucking, you know. It is. International Women's Day is literally a fucking women-led workers' holiday. In Crimea, they literally didn't just cut off the water. Right now, right on the Ukrainian side, you can see it's dammed and dumped directly into the sea. Cruel, to be honest. You can literally see it on Google Earth maps. Northwest Crimea, right on the Ukrainian side of the border. Fresh water right into the sea. Again, doesn't justify the invasion, but still haram. It is. It 100% is. Just like what went on in Donbas, while was a proxy war, definitely, on the Russian side, was also fucking unjustifiable. Ukrainians literally shelling their own fucking territory, and the Russian separatists fucking fighting back and like killing people on both sides, which led to 14,000 casualties over the course of the past 8 years. It is completely and utterly and absolutely unacceptable, dude. Abso-fucking-lutely unacceptable. People want to act like there is only one side's fucking arguments on this, and that's good. That helps you feel a certain type of way. Liberals need that shit. They can't understand the reality of war and the reality of like real geopolitical conflicts. Okay? They can't. And they didn't do that shit. Ukraine didn't have a fucking standing military in the aftermath of 2014. They did that shit with American guns and American weapons, and they continue to do that. And part of the reason why they refused to make any concessions, even though European nations routinely tried to make concessions, was because they were like, yeah, fuck off. We got enough people. We got enough fucking hype and guns from America that we can continue it. And it is annoying to act like that's not a real thing, because I'm fearful that like some fucking liberals are going to come in here and keep saying I'm a fucking Putin fan or whatever the fuck, because it's not, you know, I'm not a fan of Putin at all. You have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, totally, dude. People in Donbas didn't actually die, the majority of which were on the Russian side too. That's not real. That hasn't been happening for the past 8 years. And 14,000 people did not actually die. I just made that up. It's not a genocide like the way that it's not a genocide in the way that fucking Putin is claiming, okay? But if you think that that's not real and it's not being conducted by some of the most fucking psychotic, reactionary, right-wing paramilitaries, which were seen as the only effective way to defend Ukraine at the time because they had no, like, reasonable, serious fucking standing military, I don't know what to tell you.
Still here.
Like the way the Turks genocide Armenians, right? First of all, I have never denied the Armenian genocide, so I don't know why the fuck you just brought that up. The only reason why you would probably bring that up is because you think I have. Your automatic assumption is that I do. Like Armenian genocide, same shit? No, it's not fucking same shit. That's crazy. Or you're Turkish yourself, and you're using this as an opportunity to fucking, I don't know, make it seem like the Armenian genocide wasn't real or something. 14,000, where is the evidence? Please, dude, you think this is a dunk. But the unfortunate reality is this only demonstrates how fucking stupid you are. You haven't done the research. We have covered it on this fucking stream before. Like, these aren't even my numbers, or these aren't even like pro-Russian numbers. These are Western NGOs that are fucking, that are calculating these deaths, man. That's wild. 14K is an insane number, no shot. 14,000 over the course of the past 8 years. You think that's... Wow. Wow. That's wild. You guys actually legitimately think that people didn't die in Donbas. That's wild. God damn. I think I've done a little bit too much. I think I've done a little bit too much. I mean, here. About 14,000 people have been killed in the 8 years of fighting in Donbas. More than 1 million residents of the area have been displaced since the fighting broke, according to the Ukrainian government.
Hi, chat. You are awesome, Hassel.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Oh, goalpost moved. Yeah, totally. Now, this is not a genocide like the way that the Russian media portrays it, even though the majority of the deaths are on the Russian separatist side, okay, who were absolutely, without Russian weapons that were being funneled into the region, would have been fucking destroyed, okay, would have been absolutely fucking destroyed because they were getting weapons from NATO. The Azov Battalion and the Ukrainian National Guard was destroying the fucking region. Destroying the region for the crime of actively and deliberately working alongside Putin and wanting to fucking have autonomy as an autonomous region and be and recognition. Okay? But once again, not a real, reasonable, or adequate justification for invading the entirety of Ukraine or invading Ukraine in general. Okay?
Last month before brain rot in banned Sag.
If all proxy wars are bad, why is the NATO funding the opposition to Russia's proxy war against Ukraine okay? I don't think it's okay. I want to stop it. I love that this person says they would have capitulated a long time ago and the casualties could have been way lower. Okay, now apply that exact same... Woo! Now apply that exact same attitude to Russia invading Ukraine then. Good take. For the record, it's not like attempts weren't fucking made. It's not like attempts weren't made to stop. Famously, Minsk 1 and Minsk 2. You were literally saying 2 weeks ago that NATO needs to chill in case Russia does something stupid? What do you mean?
Hello, Dono Wall.
I just don't understand why people fucking act like this isn't a real side of the war. Like, what is it? Does it just does it make you feel better? Does it make you feel better that like you didn't know about this? Is that what it is? You want to make you want to make yourself feel good about what's going on in Ukraine, so you're like, oh, there's no room for nuance. There is nothing like that.
First time sub, long time hate watcher.
You know? And there were agreements, by the way, the Minsk agreements, which Ukraine didn't want and Russia didn't want either, but definitely Ukraine was the leading source for not wanting those agreements. Part of the reason was because they were getting already fucking guns and weapons and training from America and other NATO countries, so they thought, fuck them, we can control this area, we can just take it by force. Which literally led to the 14,000 number that I'm mentioning. The other reason was because internally they were fearful that the very same territorial defense that they had created, okay, in the aftermath of the Minsk agreements especially, the very same territorial defense that they created to the tune of 400,000 National Guard individuals that went back to their fucking jobs and shit, were fighting alongside Azov Battalion, were trained in urban warfare, and would 100% have a little bit more of a nationalistic fucking approach to allowing the autonomy of Donbas, or allowing the autonomy of LPR and DPR. Okay? Don't take my word for it. Take the word of the Defense Ministry of Ukraine, January 21st, openly stating we cannot have a ceasefire agreement with Volodymyr Putin. We cannot continue the Minsk agreements, literally leading up right before the fucking invasion. Saying, we fear, one, we have 2 million reservists. Okay? One, we have 2 million reservists and we can defend ourselves against Russia. And two, there would be backlash internally from our citizens if we came across as capitulating to Russia. Okay? There's a casualty timeline. What is this conflict in Ukraine's Donbas? A visual explainer. The armed conflict in eastern Ukraine started in 2014. It's since killed over 14,000 people. The war pits Ukrainian government forces against Russia-backed separatists for control over much of the two heavily industrialized regions of Donetsk and Luhansk, also known as Donbas. Fierce battles in 2014 and 2015 ended with 1/3 of the region's territory, its most urbanized parts, in the hands of the self-described Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics. Between September 2014 and February 2015, Russia, Ukraine, France, and Germany signed several iterations of the so-called Minsk agreements, which eventually stopped the forward movement of troops and reduced fighting significantly. But the agreements were never implemented, and the fighting has transformed into trench war, with roughly 75,000 troops facing off along a 420-kilometer front line, cutting through densely populated areas. The war has ruined the area's economy and heavy industries, forced millions to relocate, and turned into the conflict zones as one of the world's most mine-contaminated areas. The irony, of course, is the prior president, who was not a fucking good guy. I mean, he was like a mega racist, like Russophobe dude, was originally charged with treason for even dealing and coal trading with the People's Republics there. So like, they don't fuck around with their nationalism out there. Okay, it's a different demon. It's a different beast. And when I talk about this, you just try to apply American metrics and American terminologies and American understandings to this concept.
Illy Hasan.
Anyway. This war is an explainer of growing human cost of war. This is like way too fucking well done for it not to be a lib-ass resource, by the way. Our 2 interactive heat map shows military fatalities and civilian casualty deaths and injuries broken down by month and according to the location at which the incident occurred. Maps are centered in the combat zone, the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, divided along community boundaries. Both maps illustrate how the war's impact stretches far beyond military positions. Civilian casualties, 12 casualties, 33 casualties.
Happy International Women's Day to all my fellow
50 casualties in Mariupol. Some months see heavier fighting, the more deaths and injuries. Geographically, casualties tend to be concentrated on the sides that are especially close to key infrastructure, to each other, or both. A lot of the urban areas is where the majority population density is, which is why, that's why the majority of the casualties come from the civilians on the Russian separatist-controlled sides. Okay. So there's that. Missed the timeline slider, bruh. Armed groups killed. Civilian killed. It goes only back to 2018. Wait, it's not working. Civilian casualties by community. Civilians injured by mines and explosive remnants. Civilians injured by shelling. Civilians injured by small arms and sniper fire. Anyway, some months heavier fighting, civilian casualty data. Like we've looked this up on. Wait, hold on. There might be TOS here. A breakdown of casualties by category and cause. So, Hasan's first interactive web page. It's very difficult for me to navigate these web pages. Okay. Shelling and negotiations. The intensity of the fighting differs from month to month. Our way to measure it is to rely on numbers of explosions as recorded by the Special Monitoring Mission of the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, which was supposed to, this was another condition. Its measurements and its impact of the casualties was another condition for the ceasefire within the Minsk agreements as well. Okay. The SMM is the only international observer mission allowed to collect information from all sides, and its data, while incomplete, is the best available. Here, to illustrate the correlation between diplomatic efforts and the dynamics of warfare, we provide the dates of the ceasefire recommitments overlaid in this chart, showing the rise and decline of explosions over time. The number of reported explosions often decreases after ceasefires, only to rise again in the absence of a durable settlement. The mission completed the evacuation activities, the most international mission members following the 25th of February Russian invasion. The SMM monitoring teams in Kharkiv and Kherson remain sheltered in place. That's the new stuff that has happened. Explosions reported in Donetsk, explosions reported in Luhansk, and total explosions. Russian side used ultranationalists and anti-Semitic paramilitaries. Yeah, they did. Of course, they're ultranationalists. They want to fucking separate from Ukraine. The hilarity is that, of course, the Ukrainian side is the same. It's like ultranationalists fighting against one another, especially considering that like the fucking Ukrainian Azov battalion militias, specifically centered around Mariupol and numerous other places, absolutely. Can you show us your political science degree? Show us your political science degree. Why did you remove your USSR flag? I don't know where it is, but I mean, I still have a Ushanka behind me. Like, it's not like I'm hiding my political associations or what I believe in. Like, there's still a fucking communist Ushanka behind me, and in numerous parts of this fucking broadcast, you can see it. It's not like a, you know, not a thing. What the fuck? Why no fly zone? You're kind of a little bit different direction than Ukraine. Dude, that's funny. Oh, you're pro no fly zone? It really demonstrates your level of intelligence on this. I do have a political science degree. I just don't understand why this person is... Your mic is upside down, dumb bitch. You have no idea what you're talking about. Can you show us your political science degree? Don't get mad at, you know, don't get mad at me. Get mad at the conflict reporting. Not a Russian mouthpiece. What? Yeah, exactly. Oh God, he's butthurt as fuck. Wait, lol, what do you believe in again? No, I'm not butthurt in any meaningful capacity whatsoever. I've never hidden that I am a socialist. Like, I'm a leftist. I'm anti-war. I'm anti-imperialist. I've always been. I've always maintained these positions. These are not new. Might be new to you if you have a.
16 months spog.
Like, this guy is just thinking that he's getting one on me. Because he thinks like the mere showcasing of the USSR flag would be tasteless or some shit. I mean, Ukrainians that are fucking hiding inside of those incredibly well-built bomb shelters within the with that double as a bomb shelter within their subway system, their metro is a product of USSR ingenuity and engineering. So, you know, there is that. A little bit more nuanced and more complicated than like USSR bad, communism bad, across the board. Sarcasm? No, that's not sarcastic. That's just true. USSR is bad across the board. What? Yeah, totally, dude. No, for sure. USSR bad across the board, especially when they fucking, you know, especially when a lot of Ukrainians died on the fucking front lines. Murdering Nazis. Remember when the USSR was so bad in that situation? Like, this is your brain on American capitalist brain rot. The notion that like America single-handedly defeated the Nazis. You know? Terrible, 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 terrible thing. Yeah, USSR so bad across the board. Every part of it was really horrible. Yuri Gagarin. Industrializing and like very, very rapidly being able to industrialize. I know why Ukrainians hate the USSR. I've talked about the fucking famines that led to 3.9 million Ukrainians dying. I know. That is part of the reason why the Ukrainian national movement, the Ukrainian nationalist movement, that wanted a nation state, a separatist nation state project from the USSR, collaborated with the Nazis. I know. I have talked about this as well. USSR started the World War II with Hitler at the beginning. Stalin and Hitler were allies before the sabotage. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no. It's called appeasement. Okay, both parties were engaging in that collaborative
Brad Pitt
effort.
defeated them, bruv.
Yeah, the same argument could be made for the fucking Nazi regime. Wait, what do you mean? If you think that the collective experience of this decades-long project is akin to a minor blip in the vast majority of German history, okay, you are so brain broken by American propaganda that I do not know what to fucking tell you. It's just you're broken. I like how you are anti-American but have a nice car. I'm shocked you aren't on the side of Russia on this. Why do you simp for Putin, though? I do not simp for Putin. I think what ended up happening is I'm reading like shitty comments. So now I'm just like I'm getting people baiting me. Probably debate me to tell you that the top of the hour is here and that there's a 60-second ad break that's incoming. At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. The car I have is literally a German car, by the way. But if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. Or you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime.
Love you, Dad.
Western world is resonating with independence and sovereignty of Ukraine. Hasan, I know you are pro-American. I'm literally not pro-American. I'm not. I am. The one thing that people are correct about when they say, like, dude, it's like too anti-America. You have an anti-America bias. Like, of course I do. Of course I have an anti-America bias. What a fucking psychotic take. I love what America could be, but I despise what America refuses to be. Okay? And what America refuses to be is a force for good on this planet. We have the capabilities, we have the wealth, we have the influence, we have everything necessary to genuinely help out the rest of the world. But we don't. We don't do that. We don't even help our own American citizens inside of our own American borders. Okay? Why? For corporate profit. We put profit over the interests of our citizens, put profit over the interests of our people and people all around the world. So, of course, I despise that from the very bottom of my fucking heart. Did I misspoke? What happened? I said, I despise what America refuses to be while it still has the capacity to be a force for good. Who wants to listen to people they agree with all day? It's boring. Keep being you, man. Funny how you're anti-imperialism but wear glasses? Yeah. I've never said I was a Pol Pot supporter, so you that's why it's okay. These sanctions on Russian oligarchs is fear for you because you are a Russian puppet, just admission. Yeah, I am a Russian puppet. It can be a force for so much good, but it isn't because it's not profitable. That's the point. Yeah. Anyway.
Cheers.
Thoughts on tankies? I do not concern myself with like 8 people on the internet. And if you do, that means you're extremely online and your brain is once again broken. Okay? Not broken enough to avoid the top of the hour ad break though, which I keep forgetting to run right now. Okay? I'm running it now. Fuck it. YOLO. Loves the USSR, but not a tanky, by the way. Okay, dude. I think that the USSR has a complicated history, much like all nations do. Some good, like the destruction of the Nazi regime, and some bad, like global famines that were extra hard hit within the USSR, and numerous other forms of repression. I do like some of the liberal values like free speech. I think that's good. You know, there were plenty of failures within the USSR. Failures that we must learn from. There's plenty of USSR history post Stalin too, for the record. Stockdams really be hating the USSR when the Soviet Union is the only real reason why European social democracy is? Yeah, quite literally. If there was no fucking balancing force of communism that was a genuine threat, that was actively helping movements all around the planet, including like the Black Panther Party, you know, things that social democrats love fucking saying based about, that take their roots in Maoist ideals, like, you know.
This is the most committed
I love how Hasan, how capitalist Hasan is without him knowing. Yeah, I do. I'm super capitalist, dude.
I hate this notification that won't go away.
America would not have even gone to the fucking moon if it wasn't for a dick measuring contest against a superpower that literally was also doing a dick measuring contest and building fucking spaceships and, you know, sent the first person out into space. So suck my dick. If the USSR hadn't invaded free independent countries, perhaps it would have been looked back upon more positively.
Hassle.
Yeah. That's why people look negatively at the USSR.
Thanks for doing what you do, Hart.
Anyway.
Still out here being a certified freak. Limbo rights. As buff.
We already... Okay, well... Civilian casualties. Civilians have been injured and killed in the conflict. I don't know why they're not fucking showing. This includes those killed by injured or live fire, as well as those whose deaths or injuries result from mines or explosive remnants of war. Regardless of whether they occur near the contact line or not, it also includes those who die of health-related causes while queuing to cross the contact line. Conditions at crossing points are often suboptimal, and civilians wanting to cross may lack adequate shelter, rest facilities, and medical services. Our main source for civilian casualty are the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission, the OSCE, SMM, and local media. Please respond.
Thank you, HasanAbi.
No, I'm not going to respond to that one more time. The same thing. Stop complaining. Biden proved that he had balls to lead the United States towards more independence. The key moment Biden chose is not to feed Russia's incomes that they could build guns so easily. What? Yeah, Russia was building new guns right now, like right this very moment, to use in Ukraine, like tomorrow. Guns actually don't take resources, and you know, that production line is just like an immediate thing. They just had 3D printers.
I catch bits and pieces of your stream every now and then. I'm not fully caught up on what's happening in Ukraine, but my friend left the Netherlands last night to fly out to Poland and join the fight for Ukraine. He took in his friends from there temporarily whilst they waited for their refugee verdicts. Slava Ukraine.
Catch bits and pieces of your stream. I'm not fully caught up on what's happening in Ukraine, but my friend left the Netherlands last night to fly out to Poland and join the fight for Ukraine. He took his friends from there temporarily whilst they waited for their refugee verdicts. What the fuck? Bro, it is not, that is not a good idea, okay? Pentagon doesn't agree with the Poland proposal. Breaking, Pentagon response to Poland's proposal on jets. We will continue to consult with Poland and our other NATO allies about this issue and the difficult logistical challenges it presents, but we do not believe Poland's proposal is a tenable one. Bro, are you serious? You're not even going to fucking give them new planes for them to send their old planes to Ukraine? What good is that, dude? What the fuck? They're like, by the way, you know who gets fucked here? Ukrainians, again. Ukrainians are like, at least give us fucking planes, please. Like, we need planes. We need planes against, against Russia. We need it. And Pentagon's like, nah, actually. Poland is not going to send planes unless the United States makes at least a promise, an immediate promise, to re-up Poland's air fleet. Okay? They also want what do you call it? They want the United States to handle the logistics of those planes going into Ukraine by way of Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Not true, apparently. To my knowledge, it wasn't pre-consulted with the U.S. that they plan to give these planes to us. Later calling it a surprise move by the Poles. Surprise! Poland says it's ready to immediately and free of charge send all their MiG-29 jets to the U.S. at Ramstein. At the same time, Poland requests the United States to provide us with used aircraft with corresponding operational capabilities. I look forward when this hearing is over and getting back to my desk and seeing how we will respond to this proposal of theirs to give planes to us, the Undersecretary of State Victoria Nuland says at the SFRC hearing.
23 ill.
Poland needs to stop doing those CSGO trade-up contracts. This is real life, and it's the U.S. they're trying to exchange with. Guys, they don't want to fucking send in the planes directly to Ukraine. Obviously, they want Big Daddy America to facilitate the logistics of sending in the planes. And if it means literally fucking moving the planes further away from the Ukrainian border and Ukrainian territory to then move it back into the Ukrainian territory, that's a sacrifice they're willing to make. And the reason why they're doing that is because they don't want to directly involve themselves in the war with Russia, which is a totally understandable proposition from the Polish government. I'm serious. But also, I don't even know how Russia will respond to this. I don't know, because Russia has said that it would be an act of war once again, and that nations are being involved in that situation. What? The UN has banned the use of war or invasion to refer to the situation in Ukraine, the Irish Times has learned. The UN staff was instructed not to use war or invasion and to use conflict or military offensive instead, according to an internal email seen by the Irish Times. It comes as the Kremlin cracks down on the use of those same words within Russia. Is this fake news? Worker responsibility to be impartial? I don't think the UN has denied this. Has this been debunked? Do you have did the UN ban the word war regarding Russian invasion of Ukraine? Staff were reportedly advised to use that instead of conduct. Mixture. What's true? Oh, dude. You know when Snopes says it's a mixture, it's fucking true, dude. Come on. What the fuck? What? Hold on. Let's see. UN representative commented that it is not the official position of the UN. Advisor to the Ukrainian president wrote, a fake about the UN is just provocation to create an impression that RF is entitled to kill Ukrainian citizens and no one will pay attention. It was sent by a local office without clearance and does not represent the official position of the organization. Okay, that makes sense. Debunked. Check The Guardian. So what ended up happening? By the way, if this were to be true, if this was actually a true statement, okay, which seems like it's not, but if this were to be true, that is probably because they are interested in trying to, if they're interested in trying to de-escalate and trying to move towards peace talks. If it's war and they're investigating war crimes, that makes it much more difficult to force Russia's hand into and to agree on concessions. Yeah, that's it. Wait, what do you mean? Well, why else would the UN do that? Or because they're what, fucking Putin puppets? Is that why? Me being from the Baltics, should I be concerned about Russian aggression on Ukraine because Lithuania is a bad spot between Russia and Belarus plus Poland? This is important. Poland's prime minister suggests the decision to give Ukraine fighter planes to man its own no-fly zone against Russia should be a NATO one. He says it's why Poland is ready to move its MiG-29 jets to the U.S. base in Germany, but we're not ready to make any moves on our own. Yeah, of course they're not, dude. Why would they? That's the whole point. The whole point is they're part of NATO for this reason. They want Big Daddy United States to defend them. Here are the quotes from the Prime Minister. We are always emphasizing that Poland is not party to this war and NATO is not party to this war. This is why any decision of delivering offensive weapons has to be taken by the entire NATO on a unanimous basis. The Polish Prime Minister, speaking in Oslo, continues, and this is why we are ready to give all of our fleet of fighter jets to the U.S. air base in Germany, Ramstein. But we are not ready to make any moves on our own because, as I said, we are not party to this war. Bro, it seems like America is fine with Poland sending the weapons directly. We're in France, powerful member state, Russia cracks down domestically. An email was reportedly distributed to staff. What's false? The UN as an entity did not ban the word war. The office of the spokesperson for the UN Secretary of the United Nations in New York told Snopes that it had no such email had been sent to the staff from UN headquarters and provided multiple examples of senior UN officials using the word war. So it was like a... Similarly, we were told that the Secretary... This is like the argument... or not the argument, but like leaked information from the American Embassy. The American Embassy tweeted out that Russia was doing war crimes, or that Russia's attack on one of the nuclear facilities was a war crime. And the American embassies, in a panic, the American State Department, in a panic, sent an email out to all of their personnel. This happened like last week.
I just want to say thank you,
where
because from a young age I have always had a
this video sucks. I don't really care about the Zelensky's background and like all of his comedy shit. Okay, this is just like that's why I fucking skipped this and went to like more important shit instead. So in a panic, the State Department was like, delete that, delete that, delete that, delete that. Unretweeted immediately if you have retweeted that. And that is what that's what I thought this was similar to, but I guess it's not true. We watched this already? No, this is a new video, I think. Oh no, this is not a new video. We watched this when it first came out 3 days ago. Drone warfare just got deadlier. Okay. So second thought video we watched already. Drone warfare video. What was the TOS on this? Out of content already? Dude, you're out of your mind. You know how much fucking content I have? There's like an incredible video about South Korean capitalists, the South Korea's untouchable families. There is so many videos that are outside of the scope of the Ukrainian, the invasion of Ukraine. Okay. There's a new task and purpose video too, and this guy's like shown that he has a pretty decent analysis on it. I live 15 minutes away from Ramstein. In 2020, I went to the flea market in my city and saw a group of Americans with MAGA hats. There's so many chuds living there. Of course. Timestamps 6:23 to 26, 8:01 to 8:11 for the Vice video on drones by Fido Rules. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna watch that. Before we watch that though, let's watch this. Thousands of people marching on Michigan Avenue yelling, "Close the sky over Ukraine." What a fucking idiotic take. Yeah, dude, fucking they literally should say, I mean, this is the same energy as Ukraine is going to join NATO, allow Ukraine to join NATO. This is the same energy as put American boots on the ground. This is the same exact energy as, you know, close the sky. It's all three of these things are the exact same thing. Okay? All three of these things are chanting nuclear war, nuclear war, nuclear war. Okay? Drop a nuke on my fucking house. Drop a nuke on my fucking family. I want to fucking die in a nuclear fallout, okay? Would it be weird if we kissed in a nuclear fallout shelter while collecting bottle caps? That's just what this is. Now, of course, libs have fucking lost the plot. I saw a video from, I don't know, the fucking museum or something. Like, it was like the Met or whatever, where there was like a art installation that happened in New York as well, where they were throwing, oh, here it is. New York artists hold a campaign with a request to make a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Airplanes calling a stop to Putin were thrown on the floors, from all floors of the Guggenheim Museum. Come on, bro. We can have a little bit of a nuclear warfare, you know, global nuclear warfare. We can have a nuclear holocaust as a treat, okay? Americans are fucking bored, dude. We can have a little bit of nuclear warfare as a treat.
Yo.
So the no-fly zone didn't work. It does feel like, it does feel like post 9/11 America. Absolutely. I love how all these dumbasses want a no-fly zone, aka want more people to be lasered out of the sky. It doesn't stop a war, it provokes. It escalates. It escalates a war and brings it to a whole new territory. But God forbid someone fucking has the mental fortitude to comprehend that. Okay? Even the pro-NATO libs in my chat understand that a no-fly zone is a declaration of war between NATO and Russia. Okay? Even the most like boot-loving libs in here, and there's plenty of them, also understand that it is just completely unacceptable. At least. I'm pretty sure. On day one, it took a combined effort of French airstrikes and US, UK launching 112 Tomahawk missiles to even begin implementing a no-fly zone in Libya. Yeah, people don't fucking get that. Like, people don't understand that a no-fly zone has to be enforced. Yeah, Ukraine no-fly zone Operation Force Field. They literally think this is it. They want to fucking put like a Wakanda-style a barrier over Ukraine. Okay.
Lol.
Anyway. The past year has been an unchecked orgy of fixed price gouging across every major industry worldwide. Why would it stop now? Yeah. We'll watch the Ukrainian war take, and the drone warfare footage just got deadlier.
29th of August
30 months,
2021.
Pog.
An MQ-9 Reaper drone fired one of the last missiles in the United States' 20-year war in Afghanistan. The Pentagon believed that the target's car was packed with explosives and that he was planning an attack on Kabul's airport.
And that was fucking bullshit. That was bullshit. It was incredibly, that was just the worst, biggest bullshit. We killed an entire family. We killed Zamara Ahmadi's whole fucking family. I don't know if there's going to be blood on this. Hold on. They said no.
Who was killed with 9 members.
No, there's no blood here. I want you to see what happens when you get fucking...
Way too dank.
When the American government does this shit.
Of his family was in fact an aid worker with a US-based charity. Under the Obama administration.
Hey, by the way, for the record, I just want you to understand, not a single one, not a single person within the Department of Defense was held liable in the aftermath of the investigation that was conducted. The original position was that the drone strike was justifiable, and there was a secondary explosion of the bombs that actually killed all of those civilian casualties, which, of course, if you track this sort of stuff, if you actually did care ever about this sort of stuff, then you would know that that's very commonplace. This is, of course, super, super common. The Defense Department lies about this shit all the time and say there's secondary explosions, and that's why it fucking, killed civilian casualties. It's not our fault. And the Department of Defense then was caught with their pants down, had to admit, by the way, yes, again, shouts out to the New York Times Visual Investigations team for reporting and getting this information out, which is what they did. Just like shouts out to the BBC for also reporting on the ground and showcasing that the original firefight that led to 13 U.S. troops dying was actually not the way that they presented it to be, and instead was a firefight that killed, where Americans literally killed innocent Afghan people in the process, in the fog of war. Hasan hating America, name a more iconic duo. Hasan with the 2 S's too. Bro, just fucking say it's okay when people kill brown people and move on. You don't have to try to fucking moralize it. You don't have to couch it with some kind of like counter propaganda in here. We know where you're coming from. We know what your attitude is. We know what your fucking POV is. We know you're a fucking bloodthirsty piece of shit, okay? Yeah. How can you not hate this fucking country when they do this? Okay? We already hate you? What?
Drones were sold to the public as the end of collateral damage and risky military assaults.
Simply put, these strikes have saved lives.
But in reality, US drone strikes have killed hundreds of civilians in the past 2 decades.
The actor that's using these technologies will not take the same care of planning as they might if they had skin in the game.
The US no longer has a monopoly on drone warfare. Now, cheap drones from China, Turkey, and Israel are fueling global conflicts.
The Chinese military hasn't used its drone in real warfare, but over the past decade, the country has exported over 200 drones to 16 countries.
Over 100 countries have access to this technology.
This was pretty funny. I remember when they reported this. I remember when they originally reported like the Chinese escalations in the field of like building drones. And of course I thought to myself, like, incredible. What an incredible piece of news. Yes, it was Wing Long. What an incredible piece of news. How devastating. How devastating. Oh, so Turkey is also responsible for killing civilians? Absolutely. What the fuck? What, you think Turkey doesn't kill citizens all the time? What are you, insane? Even before the Bayraktar, you dumb bitch. What the fuck? 1,000,000%. Yes, dude.
This is changing the nature of conflicts, from Ethiopia to Nagorno-Karabakh. Drones are even proving their effectiveness.
Chat cheering on Bayraktar when it erases Russian conscripts, but sagging in chat when Bayraktar does the same to Kurds? Yeah, straight up. Or Armenians, too.
Against some of the world's most advanced militaries. In February, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Ukrainian Air Force utilized Turkish-made drones to offset some of Russia's enormous military advantage. The low barrier to entry means that drug cartels and terrorist groups have access to weaponized drones. And as warfare incorporates more AI, there's a fear of so-called slaughter bots that could identify and kill targets without human intervention. In 2021, the United Nations reported what
Wait, where's the fucking TOS, by the way? Oh, it's a 623.
may be the first use of a fully autonomous drone used in Libya's civil war.
One of the biggest misconceptions of this issue, of this is a sci-fi problem or a problem of tomorrow. It is very much a problem of today.
So as more countries and non-state actors...
Bro, we've literally used internally, domestically, not drones, but similar robots, for example, like bomb disposal units, to like actually murder active shooters and shit like that. Stephen Paddock, I believe, was blown up by a fucking bomb disposal unit that had a bomb strapped to it. Like that's already, we do that already domestically as well. It's like super here.
HasanAbi.
Get access to drones. How will they transform combat both on and off the battlefield? And as the rise of autonomous weapons
Wasn't a
continues...
child killed by a bomb under Obama in the States? Oh. Obama killed an American citizen extrajudiciously with a drone strike. But it is true. He was a kid. That is true.
Can we trust machines?
Trump actually ended up killing someone even younger. Trump ended up... The reason why that was a significant case... was it was the first ever instance of an American citizen being murdered by the American government without any sort of due process. 27-year-old expat terrorist child? No, he wasn't 27. I thought he was 18. But Donald Trump killed his sister. $18 child KW. He might have been younger, but his sister was 8 years old.
To kill.
He was 16. Some of you don't know this, but like we also fucking, blew up actual city blocks within the United States of America, or have turned a blind eye to civilian right-wing paramilitaries blowing up and razing blowing up and fucking raising. We need to stop acting like 18-year-olds aren't children. Yeah, I mean, they are. Yes, Tulsa. We raised Tulsa. It was heavy artillery, or not artillery, but like old-ass fucking planes dropping like TNT and shit into Black Wall Street. We also, in 1985, did the Move bombing. Both instances, they were black. The victims were black. Near Drexel and UPenn. "18-year-old is an adult." Okay, it doesn't matter, dude. It's still a fucking, like, one, still a kid. And two, you guys are fucking psychotic. Like, oh, okay, if they're an adult, it's totally acceptable to kill American citizens. Okay, hopefully one day that doesn't happen to you, dumbass. Okay, you don't get fucking zapped from the sky randomly. Absolute dingus. And he wasn't even 18. I think it was 16. I forget. Fuck, it's been so long. Yeah, he was fucking 16, dude. Abdul Rahman Anwar al-Awlaki, okay? An American 16-year-old who was killed while eating dinner outside of an outdoor restaurant in Yemen by a drone strike ordered by the United States President Barack Obama. His father was alleged to be an operational leader of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, and he was killed by a CIA drone strike, and also ordered by Obama 2 weeks prior to the killing of his son. Human rights groups question why al-Awlaki was killed by the U.S. in a country which the United States was not at war. Jamil Jaffer, the deputy legal director of the American Civil Liberties Union, stated, if the government was going to be firing Predator missiles at American citizens, surely the American public has a right to know who's being targeted and why. 2 U.S. officials speaking on the condition of anonymity stated that the target was Ibrahim al-Banna, an Egyptian believed to be a senior operative in al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. Another U.S. administration official speaking on the condition of anonymity described Abdurrahman al-Awlaki as a bystander who was in the wrong place at the wrong time, stating that the U.S. government did not know that Mr. al-Awlaki's son was there before the airstrike was ordered. When pressed by a reporter to defend the target, dude, this guy literally just said that terrorist group killed 3,000 people in one day. Dude, you are insane, okay? Then Osama bin Laden was right then, like straight up, that collective punishment is totally appropriate on American soil because we are voting for it and we want it to happen. Is that your claim here? Is that your fucking take? You rabid dog, you fucking piece of shit. You are way more bloodthirsty than the fucking average Russian citizen. Holy shit. What a psycho. People saying 18 and a kid aren't over 25 themselves. What? Motherfucker said it's okay when we kill kids. Like, straight up. He just said it's okay when we kill kids because, you know, their parents allegedly were a part of Al-Qaeda. Because, you know, the intelligence on that is also really fucking good too. Hasan, you have to know what you have just done. You've done it now. Nice going, Hasan. Wait, I've done what? It's like very obvious that whatever the fuck, whoever says anything like that is 100% clipping it out of context. On January 29, 2017, Anwar al-Awlaki's 8-year-old daughter, Nawar al-Awlaki, the half-sister of Abdurrahman, the kid here, was killed in the raid on Yakla, a commando attack ordered by President Donald Trump. So, you know, we finished the job, baby. You know what I mean? Just fucking empty out the lineage. Motherfuckers be like, yo, we can do terrorism because terrorism was done to us. We can do terrorism to like random people. You know? We can do terrorism to kids, 16-year-olds. It's totally fine. Wrong place at the wrong time, baby. You gotta, you know? I would suggest that you should have a far more responsible father if they are truly concerned about the well-being of their children. I don't think becoming an Al-Qaeda jihadist terrorist is the best way to go about doing your business. Yeah, dude, he was a fucking jihadist terrorist, dude, right? Woo! Incredible stuff. Hey, remember when the United States was collectively sanctioned and punished by the rest of the world's superpowers for these criminal acts? Oh, wait, I don't, because that never happened, and that will never fucking happen.
The use of unmanned aerial systems by the US military accelerated after the September the 11th terrorist attacks and the resulting war on terror.
These wars were the type of conflicts where drones were particularly useful, because if you want to follow individuals for a long time, if you want to surveil and monitor the ground, drones are great for that.
Drones were sold as a way to target terrorist leaders without putting soldiers' lives at risk.
Oh yeah.
Technologically speaking, drones can be extremely precise. They can gather a lot of intelligence about their targets.
Hypothetically though, if he was an adult, it would be okay to kill him? No, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? No. In no way, shape, or form or should you be allowed to fucking murk people overseas without the proper investigation conducted and like going through the proper channels. That's crazy. You know? Psychotic.
Before striking.
But if you compare that to, for example, the way that air power was used in World War II, where whole cities were destroyed in Europe and Asia with carpet bombing of cities, there's been a huge change in the ability of precision weapons to have much more targeted uses of force.
But they are only as targeted as the intelligence given to its pilots. Just like with the Afghanistan strike on Zemarai Ahmadi, this can have tragic consequences.
There was no question that the drone struck precisely this individual, but it was precisely the wrong individual. So the question wasn't about the precision.
Fucking children, by the way.
And it was a question of the intelligence, and the intelligence was faulty.
Faulty intelligence can then lead to confirmation bias.
What the Pentagon thought were explosives may have been water canisters.
You see this individual doing things that seem to comport with what you would expect of terrorist activity.
Yeah, filling up gallons of water while being brown in your brown neighborhood, okay? Remember, driving around in a fucking vehicle and filling up gallons of water for humanitarian aid while being an Afghan civilian in your Afghan neighborhood. That is enough for America to fucking strike you from the sky. That is just one fraction of the terror that the United States of America has unleashed upon people living in developing nations that are kept down by actions such as the one that you are seeing on your screen. Okay?
And so everything gets filtered through that lens of, oh, this is the terrorist, this is the person we're looking for.
Just in time to see you spiral into
In the past 2 decades, there has been an estimated 14,000 US drone strikes in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Yemen, and Somalia, leaving up to 1,750 civilians killed.
I know.
Remember, these are. Oh, this is really sad, dude. This is something that I've brought up before as well. These are the conservative estimates, okay?
I love blue skies. In fact, I now prefer gray skies.
Blue skies means
the drones do not fly when the skies are gray.
Reports have shown that US airstrikes and drone strikes undercount civilian casualties. These deaths can lead to an increase in anti-US sentiment.
When civilians are killed, terrorist leaders can then use that as a recruitment tool to try to bring in more militants into its fold.
Some say that without the risk to soldiers' lives, decisions are taken with less care.
There's no pilot at risk, there's no special operations force at risk, and therefore the moral hazard is that it causes the country to take more sort of riskier behaviors with respect to the other side. And so that can translate into more civilian casualties.
If that were to happen in Madrid or Paris or Berlin, it would be on the
Wait,
front
didn't I have this dude? I literally had this dude on the stream. Right?
pages of every newspaper. And
look at that.
unfortunately, that's not been the case because people are able to just shrug away Afghan civilian lives being lost. And that's the story of 20 years of occupation and drone strikes in Afghanistan, unfortunately.
While the US developed drone technology, recent wars point to its utility not just in counterterrorism efforts, but increasingly in battlefields around the globe.
Oil-rich Azerbaijan purchases sophisticated military technology, including drones, from Israel and Turkey.
If this was Russia, you'd be arrested for showing us this? Yeah, I know, except, you know, Americans do get arrested for showing this, okay? Well, not this footage. Vice won't show the footage that at least one American in this chat right now who's watching was very famously arrested for leaking. I don't know if you know that or not, but, you know. 23 is soon. Yeah, I know. These are Bayraktars, by the way, what you're watching. How the fuck do you turn around? Dude, it's kind of wild. How can you fucking turn around and literally say, like, even in this issue, it wasn't me. Yeah, it was not XY Chelsea 87 in the chat.
Chelsea,
definitely
trans
not
pride.
Her who we are talking about currently. But how can you fucking watch this shit and still be like, well, you'd get arrested in Russia for showing this? Yeah, okay, it sucks. Yeah, I get it. Like, why not just say what you truly mean, which is, I wish you were arrested in America for saying this, because that's what that means. The second part of that, always is the follow through. Why don't you go to Russia and try this? Why would I do that? Am I a Russian citizen? Am I Russian? No, I'm American. I'm an American citizen in the United States of America, having this fucking conversation with other Americans. Aren't we living in a fucking democracy, dude? Isn't this supposed to have some kind of like impact? You shouldn't turn around and literally be like, no, this place should be more like Russia. What a strange fucking take. Anyway, here, the TOS
In
is coming right
2020,
now.
a war between Azerbaijan and Armenia over the Nagorno-Karabakh region showed how drones can turn the tide in a conventional conflict.
Azerbaijan had access to drones that allowed them to put up persistent air coverage, looking for Armenian forces on the ground, and then target them with drone strikes.
Nagorno-Karabakh may be a window into the future of modern warfare.
Machine guns made trench warfare extremely lethal, and militaries had years of bloody trench warfare to change their tactics. Drones are, over the next several decades, likely to change ground warfare in a way that is equally as profound.
Drones have played an outsized role in Ethiopia, Libya, and Syria, where Turkish drones are a routine tool against Kurdish rebels. China, Turkey, and Israel are the main exporters of these cheap militarized drones. The market is expected to reach $32 billion by 2025.
China's entrance into the drone market transformed the drone proliferation landscape, and it's only accelerated since then with the entrance of Turkey into the market.
These exports have effectively lowered the barriers to entry of controlling your own military fleet.
I just got to remind people right now that my brother says that America and its capabilities of building drones, it's such a sad thing that he brought up. He was like, listen, dude, the Turkish drones, he's like, Turkish drones, after looking at the Bayraktar and like its capabilities, he's like, listen, the Turkish drones are like reliable and affordable. It's like a Toyota Corolla, okay? That's why a lot of these other countries love it, because, you know, it's cheap, it's reliable, it gets the job done. But he's like, America, on the other hand, America makes the Lamborghini of drones, okay? Like, Turkey's making the fucking Camry of drones. Probably China too, I don't know. But he's like, America makes like the supercar, like luxury, exotic supercar of drones. Like #1 fucking drones. I said this last week, but there's new people in here, so I'm just gonna fucking, he's like, it's the Bugatti of fucking drones. Okay? Which is really, really sad. Because it's really fucking sad to think, because like we could make the Bugatti of everything. You know what I mean? But the only thing we make the Bugatti of is fucking drones, dude. It's just murder machines. It sucks. Absolutely fucking sucks. Like that's where our productive capabilities go.
You don't need to have an F-16 aircraft to be able to have air power. And that has had an equalizing effect on warfare in many ways.
Equalizing effect on warfare.
Groups and countries getting access to air power and using it in conflicts.
Incredible.
As drones proliferate, there's a fear that they may lead to longer conflicts and higher civilian casualties.
I think these drones will make it all too easy for these wars to continue at a level of low intensity, because there's less cost that's borne by using that technology.
Hey, Hasan, I'm a huge fan here. Just want to realize you opened a stream with a Bayraktar fucking club remix, and now we're watching a video about drones killing kids. Please don't play that song again, lol. Thanks. I mean, I've talked about this before while showing the original Bayraktar remix, that the Bayraktar and drones now have turned into, depending on who's using them, have turned into either an emancipatory tool in the same way that the AK-47 was seen by numerous fucking developing nations, or a tool for more warfare and more subjugation and more death and destruction from above, like in the case of Turkey using it, or numerous other countries using them. Okay, so That's why I didn't. That's why I usually don't show it, or have talked about, even after showing it, literally talked about the ethical complications of that. Anyway, here's the TOS stuff happening right now.
Non-state actors such as drug cartels and even terrorist groups are increasingly using armed drones.
New propaganda videos from ISIS appear to show armed drones dropping explosives on Iraqi troops with dead center accuracy.
It's not going to have the same.
That was... Holy shit. They just straight up show that, dude. That's wild. I've never actually seen, like, you only see like the IR stuff, you know what I mean? You never see, like, you see black and white footage. I've never seen like drones just fucking nuking like 8 people in a row like that, and it's just into the middle of a fucking circle.
Sort of range and payload as an American Reaper, but it's
How
enough
can they
to
show it? Is there Iraqis dying? They don't give a shit.
be quite disruptive.
Drones are even being used in assassination attempts on politicians.
They thought it was fireworks first, but it was a drone bomb. A brazen assassination attempt against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
The widespread availability of drones and the ability to arm them with relatively crude homemade weapons suggests that over time this will be an increasing threat.
You have the freedom to shit on the USA, but we should hold our country accountable without wishing for its downfall. You have the privilege to leave if shit goes south. Most of us do not. Says Hasan is always wrong. What? What? Almost like most countries do horrible things when they have power. You think that maybe the military-industrial complex instead of our country, you have the freedom to shit on the USA? Wait. Did you just try to do a poor American take? First of all, ew. Sock account immediately getting banned. Secondly, what an incredibly fucking idiotic take, dude. Yeah, no, I'll stop with the holding America accountable. You got it.
The invention of gunpowder and nuclear weapons revolutionized warfare. Autonomous weapons are maybe the next revolution, and drones will play a key role.
They can fly high above the
we talk
battlefield.
about how like certain countries are fucking, client states for the CIA or whatever. But we are a client state for the military-industrial complex and our corporate oligarchs. You know what I mean? Like, we're literally, like, America as a government is a tax extraction industry that takes money from citizens and then reappropriates those funds directly back to our superpower or our supercharged industries that either are producing oil or whatever, that also, of course, has like, that's employing American citizens too, but not always doing that, and employing people to make weapons of war, make murder guns, Like, the fuck do you mean? Like, what is the government? We are literally we are an oligarchy. CIA is a tanky boogeyman. Shit is non-existent. Let's go. Moldovan Mama Liga says the CIA is a tanky boogeyman. And that the CIA is non-existent.
To avoid, but one thing you can avoid is the top
I
of the
love
hour
him,
ad break
dude.
by
What a
subscribing
fucking
or
incredible
using your
take.
Twitch
Does
Prime.
not miss. This man has never missed, dude. Untouchable. 29-month subscriber? Yes. Unlike the 30-person Moldovan military, the Moldovan Mama Liga never misses.
Swooping in and hitting targets they identify on their own or at the command of a human.
Over time, as we see more artificial intelligence incorporated into drones, they'll be able to take on more autonomous capabilities.
This isn't just the realm of science fiction. In possibly the first case of its kind, The United Nations stated that in 2020, Libya's interim government used a lethal autonomous drone attack against rival Haftar armed forces. The Cargo-2 quadcopter drones may have located and attacked independently of any kind of human control.
So in that decision of killing a target, of identifying that target, selecting that target, and engaging that target, that decision is now made by an algorithm and not by a person.
Lots of militaries around the world are going to have interest in using drones and using robotics, because as the technology advances, it will become a potentially more effective way to use force.
This is fucking
and
insane.
Many are worried.
What happens when a predator drone has as much autonomy as a self-driving car? Are we comfortable delegating life and death decisions on the battlefield to machines?
Not everyone.
No, the fucking tech. You know the tech homies are salivating to tell us right now that actually technically self-driving cars are going to be much safer than using human, because human error is the worst problem in driving cars. And even though the technological viability isn't here yet, it's going to be eventually. And also, this would greatly make drone warfare be a lot better ultimately, because, you know, then drones would be working with autonomous drones would actually limit human casualty because it's safer.
One agrees on how autonomous the drones used in Libya are, but what is certain is that more autonomy will increase the speed in which wars are fought.
The temporal dimension, this fleeting superiority that you may be facing, where decisions will be made that fast, it might be algorithm against algorithm.
The introduction of greater automation and artificial intelligence into warfare could accelerate.
To be fair, autonomous drones would be a lot better at targeting than the American government. Dude, drones have fucking laser pinpoint accuracy. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not, the problem isn't the human error that like misfires or whatever. The issue is the intelligence. They've literally brought it up here. The issue is the intelligence and the lack of interest in preserving the sanctity and safety of human lives. That's the issue. No one gives a fuck. They don't care. They don't care when they are killing random fucking brown kids.
The pace of warfare over time, this could be potentially very dangerous, because it could mean that warfare is fought in ways that are beyond human control.
The US is pouring billions into the development of autonomous weapon systems, which are also known as slaughterbots.
You can go out there and program these types of weapons to target a specific person based on gender, based on perceived age, based on perceived race. So this introduces a whole host of problems outside of the military context.
You have a host of problems that you need to address, from the danger of an arms race between different actors to unintended military confrontations, unintended wars.
The future of automated military equipment is still undecided. In December, UN talks failed to agree to a ban on autonomous weapons.
Brown kids in the drone field are called tits, terrorists in training. I've heard this before. I mean, I've heard this justification many times. Oh, if he would have grown up, he would have become a terrorist. So it's okay to kill little kids. Straight up.
We're at a pivotal moment in our thinking through what our future, humanity's future, will look like with or without autonomous weapons systems. And I think the international governance conversation is at the heart of this.
The convention has restricted some of the world's cruelest tools of warfare, including landmines and incendiary weapons.
The way that autocratic countries might leverage autonomy and robotics to...
Wait, what? I thought landmines were not banned, according to the chatters earlier. I mean, obviously, like Geneva suggestions, you know, not conventions. International law is not real. It's just international suggestions for, you know, brown and black and poor countries that we can use to destroy them, like as a justification to destroy them. But
violate human rights and repress their people is actually a pretty big deal, and one that we should be thinking about.
However drones and autonomous weapons are used, they will play a key role in the wars of the future.
If no one felt responsible for killing in war, how might that change war? Would force be used more leniently in warfare? And what would that say about us as a society if no one felt responsible for the consequences of war?
Nice. That freaked me the fuck out. That's awesome.